we're a go. You can finish your sentence, farmer.
Yeah, it was basically saying no because the way the light's shining on it is making it look curved. Hey, what?
Yeah.
Do
How's
what?
that working?
Yeah.
John says
Bless
four,
him.
three, two, one. What about go, John?
I can see why Tyler's flat earther though. He didn't strike me as the sharpest knife in the drawer. Bless him.
Press play, Terry.
Press play. Yeah. Funny. There's a clown in every chat.
Number 4.
Yeah, we haven't done the 4 for a while.
No, we haven't.
Yeah.
You mean 3A?
May the fourth be with you.
Yeah, may the 4th be with you. Yeah, John Stockham.
Oh, Jedi Day.
Yeah. Initiate rebellion, John.
2nd of March.
Yeah.
That's how Crete in Gem Server would say it.
John is a lip. Yeah. The fourth.
What was I mentioning before? Simon Dan got a community strike, and then you were saying Farmer, he's got it. He's got the thing back already.
Within 12 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean it was Tuesday morning my time. It tends to, I can't remember, it's something like 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, and by the time I thought I'd get round to watching it, it had already been taken down. He put out a video in the afternoon, sort of saying, I don't know, YouTube took it down, some anti-medical advice thing or whatever, the usual excuse when you're doing anti-vaxxers. And then a couple of hours maybe later on, the video's back, reinstated.
Yeah, I watched the community strike one where he said he lost his video, and okay, I didn't realise the follow-up.
It just, it
just reappeared with the same timing.
That's it. Just reappeared as if nothing had happened.
And these bots for YouTube just pick up whatever they pick up, and same as what I've done for my soft strikes and community strikes, whatever. But I got one there a couple of months ago that I was able to. I still had the video, so what I'd done is I just edited out the bit that they said. I think it was just a little bit of music or something. So I just edited out the little bit of music. I think it was Professor Phil's video, and they give you the timestamps for it. So I just cut that bit out, and it says, "Do you wish to delete this bit somehow?" Whatever words they used in it. And I said, "Yeah, I want to cut that bit out." Yeah, so I cut it out and re-uploaded the video. So that was handy, be able to edit it the way they could do it through YouTube Studio thing.
Well, it's strange now. If you look at Simon Dan's video list, it now looks a bit strange because his very last video, 20 hours ago, "Where did my video go?" And the one previous to that is the video he's talking about.
Yeah.
Because they just reinstated it.
That's right there, mate.
Time travelled back in time.
Yeah, exactly. So the video where you went, "Where did it go?" It's already there, mate. I don't know what you're on about.
What are you talking about?
There it is. It's right there.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's over there.
Oh dear. So yeah, they just reinstated it, and of course, because he posted that video first, it's just there as if nothing happened. So just a little bit odd.
Any other debates that I've missed out on besides the Democ and MC Toon ones? That was the most interesting one that I've seen in the last couple of days.
I wouldn't call that interesting. Oh my God.
Well, I had my fingers in the air quoting. Air quotes.
I haven't seen the Democ one yet.
They spend. So it's Toon goes onto a Discord, and the idiot that he's talking to spends a whole bunch of time waffling and trying to get Toon to describe fully describe or define what flat means when he asks him, "Is the Earth flat?"
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, it's Democ.
It's like an hour long of him trying to say that he can't answer the question because flat means level, means horizontal, means whatever.
Yeah, but wasn't his first thing to do with something to do with measurement?
That was the whole
primary measurement. Yeah.
Oh, I can't think of it now. What he said, and Toon kept on asking him back. You can't use that as a as a statement because
Yeah,
it's not,
his whole argument was around primary methods of measurement. So, in other words, you can only know how far away the sun is if you use a tape measure.
yeah,
Basically, yeah.
and a
That
tape.
that was pretty much his argument. Yeah, anything else is calculations and
And a
mathematics.
single tape
That's not
measure that's long enough to do it, because you can't use two tape measures, because then you have to add them together, and then it's a calculation, not a measurement, right?
Well,
That's it. You got it.
Well, Toon's analogy was the 1 foot, and then once you go to the second foot, that's the calculation there straight away, or something.
Yeah.
All you've got is
What
a
do
foot
you
rule.
use
How do
to
you
measure
measure
the-
anything?
How do you measure the length of your tape measure?
Yeah.
Another tape measure.
What would you use to do that with?
Another tape measure.
That's curious.
Well, if you're working in a proper engineering company, before anybody can use a tape measure they've gone out and bought,
It has to be
the-
calibrated.
it has to be calibrated against the master rule
Mm.
to make sure it's accurate. Because there's no point you using a tape measure that's wrong, and you'd be surprised how many of them are.
Yeah, you get different brands and line them up, and then they're all out by a little
They're
bit.
different.
It's not like they put tolerances of their measurements on the friggin' packaging.
You have to go and see the bloke in the QA department who's got the certified master rule that was built into the top of his worktop, and yeah, he would check your tape measure against that, and if it was within tolerance, you were fine. If not, he'd just laugh and go, "Best you go buy yourself another tape measure."
But I bought a whole box of these.
Yeah. So it pays to buy one at a time.
Or at least, check a sample first.
Yeah. And of course, that wouldn't occur to a flat earther, would it? Because they don't work in those sort of jobs, environments, situations, what
You
have
mean
you.
measurement's not in their vocabulary?
No, it's not.
Luigi Godfrey.
Godfrey.
I don't know. I was just guessing a word. LG.
Life is good.
Luigi, Lionel. I don't know how many letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 letters. Sounds like a new Boom series. The rule of that rule them all.
Oh, yes. The one rule.
One rule.
I'll change the whole thing to make it from ring to rule, but I can't actually remember what the speech is. I'm not that much of a Lord of the Rings fan.
Yes, Fred, he did say the F word. And
Yeah.
and the ad homs and all that.
Well, how many times did Bob have to mute him?
Yeah.
Because he was just effing and blinding all over the place and kept calling him
Was it
retard.
Don? What's his name? Don? He was being a moderator, sort of. He was saying, now, don't do that. Not very assertive,
Yeah, no.
but he was saying it.
Yeah, and of course, after a while, I whoever it was basically muted everybody in that particular room except those two, because there was other people who got stuff playing in the background and they couldn't stop chipping in. And
Well, that's a
Of course they
Discord server I want to see if I can get onto, because it sounds like they have some interesting,
There you go, farmers.
air quotes, conversations. I'm not in that. It's called the Asylum.
oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Oh, 3 rules for the Elven Kings under the sky. 7 for the Dwarf Lords in their halls of stone. 9 for mortal men doomed to die. 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne. Is that Bev? In the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. 1 rule to rule them all. 1 rule to find them. 1 rule to bring them all. And in the darkness bind them. In the land of Bev, where the shadows lie.
With the stupid lies.
Bet lovely,
Crafty says she doesn't know what's wrong with that word. It starts with F.
Yeah, I don't understand what's wrong with the word fish.
Yeah, or fall,
Perfectly good word.
or frog.
Yeah.
Oh.
Frog. Free the frogs. Hashtag free the frogs. Even the one with the lazy eye.
Beats the fuck out of me.
Well, it's a good. It's
Oh,
my.
I'm
It's my
sorry.
revenue for the channel,
Oops.
Blue. The F word.
I know.
And
Yeah,
the number that
yeah.
lieth between 3 and 5.
What, 2 squared?
That's it.
I have to say, it is a word
Well,
for just about every situation, though, isn't it? The F word.
it is the most versatile of the
It
four-letter
is.
words.
It is truly versatile.
Well, it's a different word than the word that the young ones use, like to fill in the gaps between their words when they're trying to say a sentence. Like, so
Right.
some people just throw the F and C words in.
Yeah.
My goodness, it's the proper first name for every tool in the tool trailer. Did you know that?
Where's that? You know.
Where's the 10 mil socket?
Yeah, where's the
That's
10
right.
mil spanner?
Give me the effing hammer. And
No,
Yeah.
not that hammer, the effing hammer.
no, yeah.
You know, we're waiting for
What is
Paul
it
to
that-
give a clue.
Hammer.
Or
Yeah.
are you
What's-
typing
what's-
it, Paul?
Ah.
What's the essential toolbox?
No,
3
no,
different
I've got it
size hammers and a condom.
Hmm?
If the small hammer don't use it, use the big hammer. If the big hammer don't use it, use the sledgehammer. If the sledgehammer don't do it, fuck it.
Like, have you heard the one about the 2 toddlers that wake up in their bedroom and one says to the other, I think it's about time we started swearing. The other one goes, yeah, I'll try it when we're having brekkie with Mum. So Mum's got them there and she says, what would you like for breakfast? And he goes, I'll have effing cornflakes. And smack! He gets a smack across the face and starts crying and a big lecture on not swearing. So he goes back down to his mate, his partner there, and he said, how'd it go? And he goes, no, not too good, not too good. So the other one goes to give it a try. And Mum asks him what he wants for breakfast. And he goes, I don't know, but I'm not having effing cornflakes.
Oh dear.
You want a clue, do you?
Okay.
Okay.
Make it a little easier.
Yeah, it might
That'll
do.
make
Yeah.
it real
Yeah,
easy.
we
There
haven't
you
got
go.
we haven't got a clue.
Yeah. Who you have now?
Okay.
Have we? Oh, there is.
There we go. So L something G was an Italian physician and physicist who is best remembered for his work on the nature and effects of electricity in animal cells. Ooh.
Ah,
Ah?
No.
Is that an R as
Not R.
in you think you know it, or R as in it's a good...
no, I do not.
No, the cast log.
Oh, okay.
I do know this one.
Well, what we could
I
do is think of an Italian name. Well, like I said, Luigi.
He's Mario's brother, isn't he?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
him.
think so. Yeah.
Didn't he get in a bunch of trouble, Paul, for basically necromancy, for making dead things move?
Yeah. That's right.
Oh,
That was
there's-
Herbert West.
Yeah, I said.
He made
Did I say
frogs legs
Luigi?
dance, didn't he?
Luigi?
Yeah, you said Luigi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have got the last name though.
Yep. 3 in a row who have got it right. That's
Yeah.
right. Luigi Galvani is correct.
Yes.
I get half
Fair
the
enough.
point because I got his
Galvanism.
first name right.
Yeah.
The galvanometer.
The galvanic
Stewie,
cell.
don't tell people the secret.
Oh, is he cheating? Oh dear.
Are we supposed to be answering or the panel? Both.
Yeah, anyone can answer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just messaged Paul directly, and he ignores us.
It's not quiz hour yet, Crafty.
I've got 2 quizzes for you today.
Oh,
Ooh,
a hard one,
a hard one, and a harder one.
and a harder
on
one.
the easy,
Yeah.
on the easy.
A hard one, and where the bloody hell did you get that from, Quiz?
Yeah.
I just want to know which of the 2 quizzes has the most boobs.
Hard one.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Inquiring minds. Well, just let us know how hard the quiz is so I can go to university and do a physics degree and some biology, and then I'll be back.
Make haste.
You have to
If I
do some
start now?
astronomy and earth sciences as well. I know. I've got a. That's a good quiz, which I think you'll like. It's a pity Sheeples isn't in.
Like we said, we need quizzes about tanks and carpentry and cars and.
Well, I'm just looking at one of my subreddits, and there's a selfie been put up by a Ukrainian soldier who's basically saying, "Look at my new tank." He stood in front of a Russian T-80 tank that the crew kindly just left behind. Thank you very much. I'll have that.
I wonder if
There was a
that's-
video the other day.
Yes.
The farmer,
Oh,
I think it was a Russian personnel carrier, and the farmer was towing it away with his tractor. Thank you. I'll have that.
And there's another one where all the Russian soldiers are jumping out of the tank. Somebody was capturing it.
Yeah, a lot of these Russian soldiers that they're taking prisoner, basically, some of them have said, we thought we was on an exercise. Others are quite well aware of what they're doing and said, we don't want any part in it, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, some very strange stuff going on over there.
Yes, there is the. I think the last one I seen today was them trying to bomb a TV tower or something. I don't know if they got the tower.
Oh, yeah, I think they hit that with a missile. From the looks
Well,
of
it
it,
didn't
'cause
fall down.
You can see it coming in. Yeah, well, it takes some doing knock one of them down.
Yeah. And one where there was a tank, armored personnel carrier driving down the road, and another one coming up in front of it, and one was fired its machine guns at it, and then they just passed and kept going because they've got no markings on them or anything, so you don't know who's who.
No, they've worked it out now that all the Russian armored vehicles have got particular letters and markings on them that tells you where they're from, which regiment they belong to, because they knew going in this would be a real problem, because basically Ukraine is using almost the same gear that the Russians are, because not too long ago they were part of Russia. They were using the same gear. So it is a big problem knowing who you're taking aim at. Oh, is that one of ours or one of theirs? You know.
Well, isn't that what Germany did? They got stuff off Russia, and then now Germany's given Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, to a certain extent. Basically, everybody's giving almost everybody, all the neighbouring countries are giving Ukraine an awful lot of support.
But not boots on ground, though. That's the only thing I heard.
No, well, the problem is that Ukraine are not a fully paid up member of NATO, and I think that's something they're pushing for, and basically saying, let us in NATO now. And if that happens, then then you get boots on the ground. At the moment, it's all sort of. I'm sure there are boots on the ground, just that we're not being told about it because it's not, you know.
Was there any certain criteria that you have to be for a nation to join NATO in the first place? Like it's not a set, not like as if you've got to sit down for a test or something, but
I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
yeah, how do you become a NATO? We'll get into it. It's an interesting one, that one. Because that was
I'm going to go
formed.
with politics.
Yeah, well, that was formed after the Second World 50s or something, wasn't it? NATO.
Yeah, after World War II.
Yep. 1949, NATO was created.
Isn't there an issue though, because in Russia cheering that meeting that at the moment, so Putin can delay any vote on letting the Ukraine in? Isn't there a problem with that?
I'm not sure. Right, to join NATO, some of the criteria include a functioning democratic political system based on the market economy, fair treatment of minority populations, a commitment to resolve conflicts peacefully, an ability or willingness to make a military contribution to NATO operations. So there is a list of things, but I think for Ukraine they could go, yeah. They tick most of them
they
off.
can tick most of them, yeah.
But the problem is you've now got other countries. Finland are making noises now about joining NATO.
Switzerland too.
You can't do that.
Switzerland are going to block finances from Russia, even though they became neutral with the money of the banks.
Yes.
So, with most of Europe being part of the European Union, what does that mean for NATO membership? Can the European Union just go, we're in NATO now, or do each of the individual countries have to apply?
I think the individual countries have to.
You're only getting bits and pieces of this. What's going on? I mean, I hear a lot of stuff on the radio about, hypothesizing what's going on, but nothing really concrete. Like, I didn't even know Putin was KGB back in Cold War era.
Yeah.
Know that.
Wasn't he a colonel or something at the time that he left?
Something like that. It's quite a high rank.
And somebody hypothesized that he's trying to get back at other countries or something because of, I don't know, something.
I've heard all sorts of hypotheses about, how bad the economy is in Russia and all the rest of it, and that this is a desperate attempt for them to gain relevance again.
Good.
Okay. Are we going to be up? How did I do this last time, Farmer?
Do what?
Get the words all
John,
on the
do
screen
what,
so
John?
people could read it.
Do what?
Do what?
The
Do what?
The topic. I think that's the one I had last time. I can just barely read it at that zoom level. So Douglas Mawson. Anyone in the side chat
Yes.
know who that was? Probably the Aussies will, but I don't know if anyone else would.
Well, let's put.
Share. That up there.
Oh, I hate it when it keeps going full screen. Go away. Bloody nuisance, that.
Yeah, I have to manage that too
Blame
sometimes.
Terry.
Hey, Farmer can kick you from the call too,
Yeah. But why would I want to do that?
No, why would you want to do that? You don't want to abuse your powers. I know you can do a lot of things too while you co-host.
Oh, no. But I'm not here to cause trouble.
No. Is Steven Seagal still having dinner with Putin? What?
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
Eh?
I saw it. Steven Seagal and Putin.
What?
It's like, what?
Okay. That's a new
Yeah.
one.
That's one of the other ones I saw in my one of the news feeds. It's like, really?
Oh, Jez is going the Arteritic guy.
Anteritic.
Yeah, who said if I could spell.
We know what you mean. Yes,
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. There we go. You are always freezing stuff, Terry. Yeah, I know. I didn't share the thing quick enough. There we go. Now you should have that out there, Peanuts.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm frozen.
You are.
Oh, you should be back soon.
Well, that's okay. 20 minutes, the heat will come back on. So, yeah. Oh, bloody awful day it is out there too.
Anyone seen any smoke signals from Alan? Because we can't communicate with him easily. I don't know how he's gonna.
Oh well, he's certainly not signed in the Discord at the moment.
Hey,
but
there
then,
we go.
if he's almost run out of data allowance, it's not surprising.
Yeah,
Oh, here she comes.
we didn't say
Sweet.
anything.
All right. There you go.
It's not the quiz yet, Squeak.
Yeah, she's a bit early, but she could hear me talking and thought, he must be online. I'll go and make a pest of myself. Hello.
Stream's back up and running.
God, should be. It
We are
better
no
be.
longer frozen.
It better be.
No, well, we always freeze when Terry's at this certain point where he's trying to sort out the tab.
Yeah,
he's gonna
I
present.
share it. I stop share. I share it in there, out there, and then in here. And you don't do it
and
at
when
the
you
same
share
time.
it here, we freeze out there. Yeah.
Yeah, if I don't do it quick enough together, you end up getting that. Okay. This is from FJ Jacker. Okay. I'll read maybe 2 or 3 paragraphs. I think I can get away with.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No worries.
Okay. Sir Douglas Mawson, 1882 to 1958. Geologist and explorer, was born on 5th of May 1882 at Shipley, Yorkshire,
Oh. Yorkshire.
England. Second son of Robert Ellis Mawson, a cloth merchant from a farming background, and his wife Margaret Ann Neamore from the Isle of Man. The family moved to Rooty Hill near Sydney in 1884. Douglas was educated at Rooty Hill and at Fort Street Model School in Sydney. At the University of Sydney in 1899 to 1901, he studied mining engineering and graduated BE in 1902, when he was appointed as a junior demonstrator in chemistry. Next year, he took 6 months' leave to make a geological survey of the New Hebrides, Vanuatu, under the auspices
Yes.
of Captain E.G. Rayson, the British Deputy Commissioner there. This was Mawson's introduction to scientific exploration, carried out in a rugged country with dense jungle and among hostile inhabitants. His report, The Geology of the New Hebrides, was one of his first major works on the geology of Melanesia. There we go. I'll scroll up. He returned to further studies in geology in 1914, B.Sc. 1905, having already published a paper, 1903, on the geology of Mittagong. That's just over the back of the mountain near me. New South Wales, with Thomas Griffith Taylor, and one, 1904, on radioactive minerals in Australia, with Thomas Labie, in addition to several on the New Hebrides. Through the early influence of Professor Archibald Liversidge, Mawson became a pioneer in the chemical aspects of geology and geochemistry, but the dominant influence was that of Professor Sir Tammit Edgeworth David, foremost among workers in the geological sciences in Australia. In 1905, Mawson was appointed lecturer in mineralogy and petrology in the University of Adelaide. He immediately became interested in the glacial geology of South Australia, also continuing his interest in radioactivity. He identified and first described the mineral davidite, containing titanium and uranium, in specimens from the region now known as Radium Hill. That deposit was the first major radioactive ore body discovered in Australia. I think I'll quit while I'm ahead.
Right. Oh, yeah, here we are. The major work of his early South Australian period was his investigation of the highly mineralised Precambrian rocks of the Barrier Range, extending from the northern Flinders Ranges through Broken Hill, New South Wales. The country is a complex of metamorphosed igneous and sedimentary rocks with varying degrees of mineralisation. Mawson identified two groups, an older Archean, the Williama series, and a newer Proterozoic, the Toawangi bloody names, series. This investigation led to publication of his geological investigations in the Broken Hill area. He had previously submitted the substance of this work to the University of Adelaide, 1909. In November 1907, Sir, don't put that in brackets, Sir Ernest Shackleton, leader of the British Antarctic expedition, visited Adelaide on his way south. Mawson approached him with a view of making the round trip to Antarctica on the Nimrod. His idea was to see an existing continental ice cap and to become acquainted with glaciation and its geological consequences. This interested him because in his South Australian studies, he was face to face with a great accumulation of glacial sediments of Precambrian age, the greatest thing of the kind recorded anywhere in the world. After consulting with David, who had agreed to join the expedition, Shackleton telegraphed, "You are appointed physicist for the duration of the expedition." Mawson accepted, and so began his long association with the Antarctic. Although he recognised that Shackleton's prime aim of reaching the South Pole was considered essential to financing the expedition, he would have liked more opportunity offered to the scientists. Nevertheless, the scientists' achievements proved to be considerable, and Mawson had good opportunities for glaciological and geological investigations. He published significant accounts of his observations on the aurora and geomagnetism. Fancy. In March 1908, Mawson was one of the first party, led by David, to climb Mount Erebus. Next summer, David, the leader, A.F. Mackay, and Mawson were the first to reach the vicinity of the South Magnetic Pole, man-hauling their sledges 1,260 miles, or 2,028 kilometres. Mawson was responsible for the magnetic observations and the excellent cartographic work. The return was difficult because of exhaustion and shortage of food. David, aged 50, suffered badly, and at his request, Mawson assumed leadership. The journey almost ended in disaster. Having reached their main depot 2 days late and hearing a rocket distress signal fired from the Nimrod, Mawson, whilst rushing towards the ship, fell into a crevasse. Help from the ship was required for his rescue. He was lucky. Shackleton's confidence in Mawson may be gauged from his instructions. Should his own expedition to the South Pole not return in time, Mawson was to lead the search party. David said in public tribute, "Mawson was the real leader who was the soul of our expedition to the magnetic pole. We really have in him an Australian Nancy of infinite resource, splendid physique, astonishing indifference to frost." Indifference to frost. It's cold.
A little bit cool.
Oh, dear. Mawson returned to Adelaide and his university post in 1909, but was still making reports on the expedition when his plans for further Antarctic work began to mature. Captain R.F. Scott was planning his second, 1910-13, expedition, and Mawson asked him for transport on the Terra Nova for himself and 3 others, to form an additional party of the expedition to be landed on the coast west of Cape Adare. Mawson expanded the potential scientific value of the proposed work, but Scott was not persuaded. Instead, he invited Mawson to join his South Pole sledging party. This did not interest Mawson, who was dedicated to scientific exploration. Mawson then approached Shackleton for help. He took over Mawson's plan as his own, but failed to get adequate financial backing. Mawson waited until Scott had raised all the funds he could in Australia and New Zealand and had sailed for Antarctica in 1910 before launching his own appeal for support of what was to be the Australasian Antarctic expedition. With substantial private and government backing and a prodigious effort on Mawson's part in planning, organising, recruiting personnel, and acquiring equipment and supplies, the AAE, including Cecil Madigan, sailed in December 1911. 3 bases were established. One at Macquarie,
Yeah.
Macquarie Island, which, apart from its scientific work, was to serve as a radio relay station. Main base under Mawson at Commonwealth Bay, Scott having landed his second party at Cape Adair, and Western Base on the Shackleton Ice Shelf under Frank Wild. At each base, and in expeditions from them, major scientific investigation was pursued in geology, cartography, meteorology, aurora, geomagnetism, and biology. Also, an extensive program of marine science was carried out from the Aurora under Captain John King Davis. At Commonwealth Bay, building was largely completed by February 1912, and the scientific program well established before winter set in. This included preparations for the several land expeditions of the following summer. Mawson took charge of the Far Eastern expedition, which included BES Ninnis and X Mertz, but was to become the most extraordinary epic of lone survival. When they were 310 miles out, nearly 500 clicks, Ninnis, the sledge and dog team, broke through the lid of a large crevasse and disappeared. So that was it for him. With seriously depleted provisions, Mawson and Mertz began their return, progressively using their dogs to supplement their food supply.
Oh.
Yeah. It was not known then that dogs' livers were very rich in vitamin A and potentially toxic. After 25 days on a return journey and the combined effects of hard physical exertion and starvation, this toxicity may have hastened Mertz's death. Mawson, himself seriously debilitated, discarded everything that was not essential for survival, except his geological specimens and records of the journey. Using a pocket saw, he cut his sledge in half and dragged it unaided the last 100 miles.
Whoa.
Taking another 30 days to reach main base. I mean, bloody hell.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That is. As he approached, he saw the Aurora on the horizon. She had come and gone. The small party had waited to search for him. They remained for another year. The scientific work at main base and Macquarie Island continued through 1913.
Wow.
Going through all that, and then you could see the ship that you're trying to get to sailing away.
Yeah, it would have been heartbreaking.
Oh, blimey. These old boys are made of stern stuff, you know.
Well, he certainly was.
Yeah.
Not so much the other two, unfortunately.
Hang on, let me just take a...
Those crevasses are deadly, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it said earlier that Mawson fell in one and they managed to get him out. I mean, some of those crevasses, you know, if your sled and your dogs go, as the other chap did, go down a crevasse, that's it. I mean, some of them are, you know, they're that deep that by the time you hit the bottom, you're probably going to break your neck, and no way of getting him back anyway. Oh, I better think about. While recuperating, Mawson began writing his account of the expedition. The Home of the Blizzard, published 1915, profusely illustrated by the magnificent photographs of Frank Hurley, is a classic of polar literature and described the first major scientific exploring venture by Australians beyond their shore. Mawson was helped by other eminent scientists to analyse and report on the data collected. So great was the task, that the publication of the AAE scientific reports in 22 volumes edited by him was not completed until 1947.
Oh, jeez.
Now that's a work of love.
32 years.
Yeah.
More.
That's a lot of data.
Down in front, please. No, don't stand in front of that screen, you stupid cat. Oh, sorry, that was a cat.
Now.
That was a cat overboard. Sorry, Squeak. Well, she just got up and walked in front of the screen. I couldn't bloody see it. I'm just going to say, never mind. Where were we? Oh, yeah. AEE land parties had explored some 4,000 miles or 6,437 kilometers in Adelie land,
Adele.
King George
Adele.
V land, Adelie, yeah, I'm not quite sure. King George V land and Queen Mary land. They outlined the geology of the country traversed and described the nature of the land and the coast between longitudes 90 degrees east and 155 degrees east and at Macquarie Island. They identified the characteristic feature of the Antarctic continental shelf. The bottom at first deepens on passing out from the shore, then shoals again before plunging to deep water beyond the edge of the shelf. New biological species on land and at sea were described. They recorded meteorological data simultaneously at the three bases. They made continuous geomagnetic field records at Commonwealth Bay for 18 months and made further field observations to define more precisely the location of the magnetic pole. They systematically observed the aurora australis. The first to use radio in the Antarctic, they transmitted meteorological data to the Weather Bureau in Melbourne every day for 2 years from Macquarie Island. And during part of that time from Commonwealth Bay also. The use of radio facilitated the accurate determination of longitude at Commonwealth Bay. It also enabled the transmission to Australia of Mawson's account of his tragic Far Eastern journey. A J. Gordon Hayes assessment in 1928 stood the test of time. Sir Douglas Mawson's expedition, judged by the magnitude both of its scale and of its achievements, was the greatest and most consummate expedition that ever sailed for Antarctica. The expeditions of Scott and Shackleton were great, and Amundsen's venture was the first polar reconnaissance ever made. But each of these must yield the premier position when fairly compared with Mawson's magnificently conceived and executed scheme of exploration. Its excellence lay in its design, its scope, and its executive success, and in its origin and conduct by scientists of administrative ability. Mawson's was the first British expedition which had clearly passed beyond the novitiate stage in Antarctic exploration, previously so painfully evident. But in discussing the loss of Ninnis and consequent death of Mertz, Hayes is critical that they did not use skis. In fact, Mertz was scouting ahead on skis. For Mawson and Ninnis, who were manoeuvring heavy sledges, this would have been difficult much of the time. In the event, they made an error of judgment.
Yeah.
Mawson was knighted in 1914. In 1915, he applied to serve in a scientific capacity in World War I, and in May 1916, he was attached to the British Ministry of Munitions. He became embarkation officer for shipments of high explosives and poison gas from Britain to Russia. Later, working for the Russian Military Commission, he investigated and reported on production in Britain in order to increase output of high explosives in Russia itself. After the revolution, he was transferred to the British staff of the Commission Internationale de Ravitaillement, French, concerned with the maintenance of supplies of high explosives, chemicals, poison gas, and petroleum oil products. He held the military rank of major. In 1920, he was appointed OBE. After the war, until 1923, he was a committee member of the Australian War Museum.
I don't know how much longer we've got to go. It's just...
Blimey.
I didn't realise there was that much more to go.
No, I didn't either.
It's a biggie.
Yeah.
Whose turn next? Give
Do
farmers a
you
break.
want to have a go? I'll read the last few paragraphs.
Yeah, I need to go and make a cup of tea. My throat's starting to suffer.
I'm trying to figure out where I was up to now.
Mawson returned to where
The
are we?
University of
Oh,
Adelaide.
yeah,
There you
got
go.
Yep. Mawson returned to the University of Adelaide in 1919 and was appointed Professor of Geology and Mineralogy in 1921. He successfully developed an effective teaching and research department, insisting on student involvement in geological fieldwork. His own research covered a wide scope and continued vigorously until his retirement. He made major contributions to the knowledge of Australian geology. His main interest during the next 30 years was the Adelaide system of Precambrian rocks, especially in the Flinders Ranges. He concentrated on Proterozoic, stratigraphy and Precambrian glaciation, showing that glacial beds extended for 930 miles, 1,497 kilometers, and that glacial conditions existed intermittently over much of Proterozoic time. His interests also included the geochemistry of igneous and metamorphic rocks, the geological significance of algae, the origin of carbonaceous sediments, and the identification of the rarer minerals. His stature enabled him to draw widely on the assistance of specialists around the world in describing rocks and fossils collected in Australia and Antarctica. Mawson's extensive fieldwork was carried out on foot, by horse and cart, camel, and with motor vehicles. He was usually accompanied by students who learned not only about geology, but also about camping and survival in the bush, an activity which Mawson always enjoyed. As a result of his initiatives, the support of the Australian National Research Council and the backing of the Australian government, which resulted from a decision of the Imperial Conference of 1926, Mawson was invited to organise and lead the British, Australian and New Zealand Antarctic Research Expedition of 1929 to 30 and 1930 to 31. This expedition used the ship Discovery and did not establish land bases. They made extensive geological and biological investigations at Îles Crozet, Îles Kerguelen, Hart Island, and at many points along the 1,550 miles, 2,500 kilometers-ish, of coastline of Antarctica between 43 degrees east and 179 degrees east longitude. They were greatly assisted by the use of a small aircraft. Much of the coast was mapped for the first time, and it was shown to be continuous from the Ross Sea to Enderby Land and beyond. This work provided accurate geographic data that supported the Australian Antarctic Territory Acceptance Act of 1933. The Act came into force in 1936 and, by arrangement with the British government, established the Australian Antarctic Treaty. But the main occupation of the expedition was marine science, which included extensive oceanographic work and marine biological sampling. Over the next 50 years, detailed examination of the various species collected was carried out by specialists all over the world, and their results described in the 13 volumes of the BANZARE scientific reports. Sir Archibald Greenfell Price gives a cautious evaluation. Although future generations may continue to afford a high place to the gallant men of several nations who reached the South Pole or who died in the attempt or achievement, they will, I think, pay increasing honor to the man who, of all southern explorers, gave the world the greatest contributions in South Polar science, and his own people the greatest territorial possession in the Antarctic. Mawson's interest in Antarctica continued after World War II when he promoted the Australian National Antarctic Research Expeditions. He was a member of the Australian Antarctic Executive Planning Committee until he died. Apart from geology and Antarctica, Mawson cultivated a broad range of interests, including conservation, farming, and forestry. He was a persistent advocate of decimal measures, a supporter of strict regulation of the whaling industry, and was influential in having Macquarie Island declared a sanctuary. Mawson owned and worked a small farm which he named Harewood at Meadows, south of Adelaide, and he was a founder and, for over 30 years, a director of S.A. Harwood's Proprietary Limited. He retired at 70. That year, the university published a volume of contributions to geology titled Sir Douglas Mawson Anniversary Volume, and named the new geology building after him. Mawson Institute for Antarctic Research was established within the University of Adelaide in 1959. Its library incorporates Mawson's collection of polar literature, his Antarctic diaries, a substantial collection of papers, correspondence, photographic records, and objects of historical importance. In 1983, the Douglas Mawson Chair of Geology was created. Numerous biological species and geographical places have been named in his honour, among them Mawson Coast and Mawson, the first permanent Australian station, established in 1954. in Antarctica. His image has appeared on several Australian postage stamps and on the $100 note. He was a Fellow in the Royal Society from 1923, Foundation Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science, and President of the Australian and New Zealand Association for the Advancement of Science in 1935 to 37. Numerous honours and awards included 2 Italian decorations, the Royal Geographical Society's Antarctic 1908 and Founders 1915 medals, polar medals, gold medals of the Geographical Societies of America, Chicago, Paris, and Berlin, the Von Mueller Medal of ANZAAS, and the Verco and Clark Medals of the Royal Societies of South Australia and New South Wales. In 1979, the Australian Academy of Science established the Mawson Lecture. As part of the celebrations of the centenary of Mawson's birth in 1982, the 4th International Symposium on Antarctic Earth Science was held at the University of Adelaide, and the proceedings were dedicated to his memory. Everybody loves Mawson. The AAE and the BANZARE were important events in Australian history, and Mawson was one of the most outstanding explorers of this century. But he was first and foremost a scientist dedicated to the advancement of his subject and the encouragement of his students. He did not propound new fundamental theories, but he extended and developed geological thinking and knowledge over a wide range of topics and locations, and through his leadership created opportunities for the realization of major developments in many disciplines. His lectures about Antarctica were widely acclaimed around the world. As a lecturer to undergraduates, his reputation varies, but his inspiration is universally acclaimed. His infectious enthusiasm and friendliness were appreciated by students and colleagues. He was physically impressive, tall and strong, but more significantly, he was courageous, kind, and noble. He ranks high among our national heroes. Where did Terry go? Terry!
Oh, sorry, I had a sock in my mouth.
The trick is to have this open in a separate tab.
Yeah, I do. I've been reading ahead.
Ah.
And I didn't scroll, and I was muted. I didn't scroll, and I was. Yeah. Where were you up to?
We finished the that bit, and you can do the last few from Mawson had married.
Okay. Okay, you left me 3 paragraphs.
There you go.
3 of the shortest paragraphs in the whole bloody thing.
Yeah, the 3 short ones.
Yeah.
So he ranks among highest national heroes. That was your last bit then.
Yep.
Mawson had married on the 31st of March 1914 at Holy Trinity Church, Balaclava, Melbourne, Francisca Adriana Paquita del Prat, 1891 to 1974, daughter of Guillaume de Prat. They had 2 daughters. Lady Mawson was tall and... No, I thought you already read that bit. Was tall and stately, and they made a striking couple in the social life of Adelaide and the university. She wrote biographies of her father, 1958, and of her husband, 1964. Mawson died at his Brighton home on the 14th of October 1958, following cerebral hemorrhage. He was accorded a Commonwealth State funeral and was buried at St Jude's Anglican Church, Brighton. A memorial service arranged by the university was held at St Peter's Cathedral, Adelaide. Portraits of Mawson by W. Seppelt, 1922, and H.J. Haley, 1933, Jack Carrington Smith, 1955, and Ivor Heel, 1956, are held in the University of Adelaide by Ivor Heel, 1959, in the Royal Geographical Society, London. Bronze busts of John Dowie, 1982, are in North Terrace, Adelaide, and at Mawson, Antarctica, and by Jean Perrier, 1980, in Canterbury Museum, New Zealand.
Yes, but did he have a land surveying certificate? No.
No.
So basically all this guy did was just knock around a little bit, huh?
And
Yeah.
played in the snow.
Went skiing for a bit.
Damn underachievers.
Did he present it in a 4K video on YouTube?
Yes, that's what I was
Uncut,
wondering.
24
No, they did
hours.
say photographs. There's some photographic evidence somewhere.
Oh, no, that could. It's so easily faked.
Oh, okay.
No, it
Ah.
clearly photoshopped.
Were any of us there whilst he did it? No, no. Just taking his word for it. It's just a cool story, bro. Yeah.
We all know there's an ice wall.
Yes, I've even seen photos of the supposed ice wall, and of course, it turns out it's the Ross Ice Shelf. But hey, oops.
Yeah.
Any luck?
Well, that was quite a life that chap had then.
Aye.
Huh? What?
It was alive.
Yes, quite an interesting life he led. The major chunks of it were very cold. That could be worse. Could be very hot because it's always easier to warm up than it is to cool down, I find.
Just bear with
Not
me.
sure about the bit of having to chop your sledge in half and eating your dogs.
Well, I mean, life advice: don't eat the liver.
Yeah.
Yes, it was toxic.
Well, not dogs' livers anyway.
Well, don't eat liver in general. It's pretty disgusting.
Oh, what's that big white patch? I haven't got any.
That's what she asked. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's what she said.
There's no street view.
What?
Oh, I wonder why.
Gutted.
Yeah.
There's no street view. Yeah, find me a street.
What do you call the
What are you trying to do?
Where's the latitude and longitude's gone?
Oh,
here we go. I found it.
yeah, I think I could. Yeah, that's it.
Grid.
There you go.
Now I can't remember the. I've closed that tab.
That's right. I got it. I got you.
Yeah, there was
Hang on,
there was
let
some
me scroll.
longitude and latitudes that were. On
43 degrees east to 179 degrees east.
Do slower again.
43 east to 179 east.
Well, there's east around here.
Yeah, you're at 110. There you go. Right in there.
Oh, I haven't got the magnetic north for that time period because it's wandered over. So I was just wondering where it was back then. Okay, that's something I didn't think of. I'd have to have researched that one because I know
There's a
it's
heck of a
moved.
lot of,
I know it's moved
coastline.
over the years. Yeah, but which side did he go down? Where am I? There's Australia.
So
That's
pretty
what-
much directly
that's-
to your left, all the way up and around to the yellow line,
Really? Okay.
more or less.
What around that side?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
over a third of the circumference. At
There
least.
you go. You're on 50 east right there.
Yeah, we don't know. Did it say what time of the year he went? Whether it was when the most snow?
That was the. What was that one? Research. Australia New Zealand Antarctic Research Expedition 1929 to 30 and 30 to 31. So.
Yeah, it didn't say if
So
it was
it
our
says-
summer or winter because it
I
does
presume
reduce.
that means that they were there over winter.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, over summer. No.
Huh?
So if it was 1929 to 30 and then 30 to 31, they would have been there in the summer.
Yeah,
season.
that's our summertime. Yeah.
Yep.
And that would have gave him the
Which would make
daylight.
sense
sense
Obviously.
because it would, yeah, that's right.
I don't
It would be
think.
much-
I I don't think
Wouldn't
you
be
want
much
to be
fun
there in the
roaming
winter
around
time.
at night.
No. Interesting.
That place shuts down in the winter.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just have a skeleton staff at places like McMurdo, don't they?
Yeah.
There's a few select people stay behind and they watch everybody else climb on that last aircraft flying out, and that's it for
6
several
months.
months. Yeah.
The crazy people.
It turns out that the southern magnetic pole is approximately 2,800 kilometers away from the geographic South Pole at the moment.
It's actually in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's out here somewhere, isn't it? Out.
It's
Right.
not
So
even
what,
on the
you can-
continent, I don't think.
Drive your boat up and touch the pole. Oh no, because boats have generally got metal in them, so it'd stick to it. Because it's a magnetic pole.
Yeah.
That's how you find it. There's a whole big woozle of boats stuck to it.
Turn that off.
I just stuck a map in Fair Suck off the
Yeah, that's-
Wikipedia page that
Yeah, I
shows
know.
the progress of the magnetic pole.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Open that. Go back to here. That one. Oh, the peanuts can see that for a sec while I get back to here.
So won't we do a reversal soon? Like in the next couple 100 years?
I'm sure I remember seeing somewhere that they think we might actually be overdue. Because I think it happens every so many thousands of years, doesn't it? It tends to just switch over. Although I don't think it's, I think it's a semi-regular thing, but they sort of, from what they managed to work out, they think we might be overdue. North suddenly becomes south and south becomes north.
Was that
Well, that'd be a fun
1986 to
couple of years.
2000? So it's just less than 20 years. So in another 20 years, yeah, it should be out here somewhere. 2000.
Yeah, due to polar drift, the pole is moving northwest by about 10 to 15 kilometers per year. That's 69 miles.
And what years were there? Where are we? Around that area. Around that area.
Somewhere in that, yeah, anywhere between 1903 and 1999.
So they're on the land mass of Antarctica at the time. But which way did they come from? Did they come across?
They came from the north.
Wow. That is a long way to travel.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure they were headed south towards the pole at the time, so they must have.
Well,
They headed south.
when you're at the South Pole, every direction is north.
Every direction. They headed north when they went to the South Pole. Okay, that's that out of the road. I'll get something else ready now. Talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes. Have a sip of your cuppa.
Oh yeah, my throat's much better now.
Okay.
It was a lot more talking than you were bargaining for, wasn't it?
Usually, those articles, although they're a length, they're not quite that long.
Yeah, that one was.
And I hadn't scrolled through the whole thing to see how long it was. It's just like, this bloody thing's just going.
Usually it's not quite as long.
I must remember next time that when we started doing that to have the cup of tea ready. Fortunately, I'd got a bottle of water, but it was like, no, I need a cuppa.
Yeah, I saw you reaching for the water, so figured I'd give you a break.
And of course, it doesn't help that Squeak had decided I'm not going to sit over here. I'm going to get up and move in front of the screen. And as I tried to brush her away, what I actually ended up doing was pushing her off the desk. And most of that racket was her bouncing off the radiator that's next to me. But she doesn't hold a grudge. She's fine.
I was surprised there was no outraged comment from her when she came down. She was very quiet about it all.
Yeah,
Flashback.
I think she was surprised. This desk is not set up to accommodate me, everything else, and the cat.
No.
Mm. Oh,
All right, I'll see you guys in about 45 minutes then.
12 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Or
at
20
1
or
and a quarter
27
times speed,
minutes.
though.
Flat Earth science notes found on a whiteboard. Oh, jeez. Earth's magnetic lateral curvature in the skies, Orion's belt and the meaning of low.
42.
Any of them take your fancy? Because that's what we're up to, that
No.
one there. Well, we've still got all them yet. So.
Can I say hell no?
God almighty.
Orion's belt, meaning of low.
Oh.
Magnetic field, lateral curvature. They're 23 minutes. Mythological stories. Flat Earth has Nobel Prize. The right-hand rule mirrors something. World first announcement from a flat earther.
Oh, hello. We've had a visit from the other one.
Recycling system on a flat earth. Our flat earth sun is in the Arctic Circle.
Is it?
Well, that's what the claim is.
Well, you poor old boys have been in the dark all the time then.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to go for that one because there's a part 2 of that one. Alright, that's the pick.
The full 27:13. All right.
Yeah, I know. But
Buckle up, lads.
We'll have to get it, grind it down and Lindsay speed.
I do think that we need Blue's standard warning for this, though.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Do need that. We haven't got a sound bite of that. Hey, Blue.
What? Huh?
What?
We need
What?
your standard disclaimer intro.
Yeah, because I haven't got a sound bite for it.
Oh goodness, I don't know that mine's adequate. Not for this.
Yeah, we might have to do an amendment to the for the disclaimer.
Yeah. Warning: all kinds of damage alerts are in effect. Get out the oven mitts.
Yeah,
Push the monitors
box
back
full
out
of them.
range.
A box
Strap
full of
yourself
them?
Send the
into a
cat
safe
to the other
jacket
room.
and put your monitors in the next county.
Let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun. Press play, Terry.
Okay. Oh, no sound? Oh.
To talk about the fresh water in the Buford Gyre directly under the Arctic here.
Much.
There's a vortex in here. There's a big vortex. This vortex is connected to the rotation of our whole existence. Out of the centre north here, the rotation of our complete magnetic field, our toroidal field. It's a torus field. All comes out of the centre here, the central vortex. And that rotating vortex spins the night sky in the northern hemisphere, anti-clockwise. Well, if you look up, it's anti-clockwise. What do you think it is if you look downward? It's clockwise. Which way does the Buford Gyre spin? Clockwise. We're about to get into it. So it's all spinning. There's the force coming down this way, which is probably the hot air from the tropics, gets sucked into the central vortex. It's like a choke point. It's more powerful. Same amount of energy in here as there is out here. But it's crunched to a choke point, isn't it? It's like an EMF out here. You've got the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. You've got an EMF here, it's getting sucked back into the sun. So it's probably the heat creates a lower pressure medium out here. And then you've got the dry ice, the cold ice, being sucked up to the heat source, which is the sun.
Your dry ice.
Okay, I'm going to talk all about this rotation, the Gaia freshwater system in the Arctic Centre. Bear with me, might go into a couple of videos, so we'll just take our time. Mosey on through. The dynamics involved with the Buford Gaia. It's on Wikipedia. Conditions in the Arctic have favoured sea ice loss in recent years during the northern hemisphere summers. At the end of the 20th century, analysis of increasing Pacific surface water temperatures led to the discovery of a connection between these rising temperatures and the onset of severe loss of Arctic sea ice in the Buford Sea. A reason for the existence of this link was proposed. Delayed winter ice formation allows for more efficient coupling between the ocean and the wind forcing. These dynamical mechanisms are observed in the spin up and circulation of the Buford Gaia. So it's all spinning thanks to this big vortex up here. Hot and cold,
Lindsay, punctuation is a thing, you know.
creating the sun.
Yeah.
All up in there. It's all quantum mechanics, actually. All in there. Not billions of miles away. You have the black hole in here, in the centre of Earth, right inside this vortex we cannot get to. Outside of our realm. We're fixed in this position here. Oceans in the Buford Gaia, whose growing reservoirs of fresh water is shrouded in mystery. In recent years, the increasing freshwater content has been a focal point of many studies, particularly those concerning coupled ocean-atmosphere dynamics. Well, the spinning of the water is connected with the atmospheric wind, the pressure. The majority of the Arctic's freshwater content resides in the Buford Gaia. Although biased towards the northern hemisphere summer months, observations from submarine ships and stations on drifting ice suggest that the Gaia has been expanding over the past 2 decades. Researchers have employed coupled sea ice ocean general circulation models in order to thoroughly analyse these. Observations. Models results show that the Ekman transport plays an integral role in the variability of freshwater in the Gaia, and thus in the Arctic Ocean. The prevailing rotational direction of the Buford Gaia is clockwise, following the prevailing wind circulation of the higher polar Coriolis veers, moving objects to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the right. So these are the Coriolis effects. They're called the magnetic fields of Earth, the Coriolis effects.
Skills, right?
Run lines, Coriolis, whatever you want to call them, they're Earth's magnetic field lines.
What?
They come out of
No.
the south into the tropics, the equator. They come out of the north to the equator tropics. And veer west.
My God.
It's all coming out of here up north. We're talking about up here in north.
When I hear no, it's best to correct him. Otherwise, he'll think he's correct.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Coriolis has nothing to do with magnetism.
Or rum lines. No.
Was there any camels with that rum, Palmer?
It could be. It seems that where there's rum, there's camels.
Lindsay, you forgot the camels.
You've got the wind. It's all wind, high and low pressures. High pressure being sucked up here. Low pressure in the warmer region here coming up. And you got you got forces coming up here, and then you got this coming back down inside, coming out of the warm air of the tropics, being sucked into here.
How's it getting sucked in? What's sucking it
When
in?
it's rotating, it's
Yeah,
predominantly clockwise.
sucked, Lindsay.
Yeah. And I think the gullible people listening to his videos are getting sucked in.
Yeah.
Direction.
Oh.
So hang on.
Hang on, okay.
According to his bullshit theory, hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to call it a theory. The Beaufort Gaia should be in the center of rotation, right? It ain't. It's also not on the magnetic pole. It's off to the side of the Arctic Circle. So, what the hell? And he's reading from Wikipedia, so he's looking at the same map that I'm looking at, and clearly ignoring it.
Oh, yeah.
God, I hate this man.
You know they read it the way they want to read it and interpret it the way they want to interpret it.
Yeah.
Well, he's having trouble reading the Wikipedia page. He quite obviously doesn't understand what it's actually saying as well. So there is.
Well,
No, he's just
It's got big words in it.
picking the
more
bits
than one
that mean
syllable.
something to him.
He doesn't know how to read punctuation, and he quite obviously doesn't because he's having trouble reading it. And to be honest, this particular paragraph he's reading isn't that tricky.
No, it's
I've got a funny
simple
feeling
one.
he's also editing it in his head first, so that I'd suspect he
Yeah.
won't read all of this out.
As is speculated, as the Arctic Ocean becomes a heat collector, resulting in
Yeah,
a
he
low
skipped
pressure,
over it.
He skipped over
Clockwise.
a bit, yeah.
counterclockwise rotation system. So you've got the wind and the counterclockwise, you're looking up at the counterclockwise, but down in the ocean it's clockwise. The Beaufort Gyre can be expected to follow suit and send the fresher water outward to be captured by the transpolar currents. This could well bring up the saltier, slightly warmer Atlantic water which lies under the floating fresh Arctic water. It's all fresh on top here, from coming out, it's dropping straight down out of the sun here. There's no landmass here, that's ice, it's water. Landmass out in the Antarctic region, but there's no landmass there. Further south you've got land, glaciers, water running off. There's not in the centre here. It's thanks to the sun, hydrogenated water. Anticyclonic regimes, where the wind stress curl is negative, curl of the wind is negative, fresh water is pumped into the Beaufort Gyre. During cyclonic regimes where wind stress is curl positive, fresh water is released into the Arctic Ocean, when it can then flow into the northern Atlantic. Giles ETAL 2012, some sort of measuring system,
ETAL.
conclude that the
Oh my god.
variability in freshwater
God.
content varies with the wind stress curl. The wind stress curl used by Giles EAT, blah blah blah. The curling of this vortex in the centre here. The seasonal cycle of freshwater content is not only
No, it's
considered
not.
mechanical Ekman pumping processes, but thermal, ice formation processes as well. The Beaufort Gyre contains a mean volume of 800 km cubed of frozen freshwater or sea ice based on a mean ice thickness of 2 metres. During the June-July months, the mean seasonal cycle of freshwater content peaks. In this season, sea ice thickness reaches a minimum, meaning the northern summer is when the sun is up, the magnetic field of Earth is up and in, if you see my videos, up and in. It's all closer to the northern hemisphere. It's creating more moisture dropping down here. It's condensing it. And
No.
thinning the ice. June and July.
No.
The mean seasonal
No, you
cycle of
moron.
freshwater content peaks at that period. In the season, sea ice thickness reaches a minimum, implying that the amount of melted sea ice has reached a maximum. I'm trying to say it's the ice. The maximum is freshwater content released into the ocean. It's garbage. You don't get it down the Antarctica, do you? Shitloads more ice down there. It's flipping. God, how long are those? How high are those
Yeah,
cliffs?
it's on a landmass, you
Has
idiot.
reached the maximum. The maximum in freshwater content released
Well,
into
the
the
reason
ocean
why
waters
Antarctica's cold.
coincides with a maximum in wind stress curl, i.e. a minimum in Ekman pumping, allowing for a high volume of freshwater to seep into the Arctic Ocean circulation. This rapid influx of freshwater into the Arctic circulation forces a large volume of freshwater to overflow into the North Atlantic basin, affecting the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. Okay? Understand that? No, we've done the
No, you don't, Liz.
You didn't.
Let's go on to OS
No,
freshwater.
you don't.
Abstract. What have we got here? Abstract. The Arctic climate system is rapidly transitioning into a new regime with a reduction in the extent of sea ice, enhanced mixing in the ocean and atmosphere, and thus enhanced
Is he
coupling
reading
within
this
the
out of
ocean ice
Wiki?
atmosphere system. The atmosphere is connected with the
Where's he just
vortex, the swirling of the wind. These physical changes are leading to ecosystem changes in the Arctic Ocean. In this review paper, we assess one of the critically important aspects of the new regime, the variability of Arctic fresh water.
Well, we can't
which
debunk
plays a
Wiki,
fundamental
but we
role
can
in the
debunk
Arctic climate
Lindsay for
system by impacting oceans.
misinterpreting it.
Transport runoff from the Greenland ice shelf and Arctic glaciers, the role of snow on sea ice and vertical redistribution. Notably, sea ice cover has
I'm not sure where it's
become
gone.
more seasonal and more mobile. The mass loss of the Greenland
Just reading
ice
it straight out of
sheet increased in the
out of somewhere,
2010s.
out of Wiki.
They're trying to say it's from the runoff from the, because they don't know where it's coming from. They're trying to say it's coming from further south runoff of these land masses.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he's reading this bit from. It's not in the Wikipedia article.
Okay.
Atlantic are in phase and have a positive
Well,
trend.
he
This
said extract, so he
atmospheric
might have went to one of the
circulation
links.
pattern forces reduced
I think he did.
freshwater content on the Atlantic Eurasian side of the Arctic Ocean and freshwater gains in the Beaufort Gyre. We show that the trend in Arctic freshwater content in the 2010 has stabilised relative to the 2000s, potentially due to an increased compensation between a freshening of the Beaufort Gyre and a reduction in freshwater in the rest of the Arctic Ocean. However, large intermodal spread across the ocean realised and uncertainty in the observations.
I think he should have
Freshwater.
proofread this
The
before
large
he
scale
made his
freshwater
video.
redistribution in the Arctic is mainly caused by the oceanic flows near the surface and in the upper ocean up to the lowermost extent of the Arctic halocline. It is governed by the two codependent and interactive components, wind-driven circulation and density-driven circulation. The wind distributes the fresh water through the advection in the Ekman layer. Ekman upwelling and downwelling and mixing ocean density gradients due to river runoff.
He's really struggling.
Trying to cherry pick words,
Yeah.
thinking that they mean
Wind-driven
what,
circulation
what
in
he
the Arctic
thinks they mean.
features the Beaufort Gyre, a large-scale anticyclonic clockwise ocean gyre that occupies the Beaufort Sea and the Canadian basin of the Arctic Ocean at the farthest extent. The cyclonic counterclockwise circulation on the Atlantic side of the Arctic Ocean, Nansen and Amundsen basins, and 3 cyclonic ocean flows in the Siberian Shelf seas. The transpolar drift, a large-scale stream that contributes to the oceanic and sea ice coherent flows, has its source in the Siberian Shelf seas and follows across the North Pole to the Fram Strait. I don't know why I put a ring around that one. I thought I circled all this stuff. Anyway, in the cyclonic phase, surface depression reduced freshwater content and cyclonic circulation occurred in the Atlantic Eurasian side of the Arctic. The freshwater loss in this area, blah blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Decrease of freshwater stored in the Beaufort Gyre.
Yeah,
This
blah, blah,
surface
blah.
circulation transport meteoric water from above and hence nutrients, e.g. bloom, ETAL 2005, whatever that means, throughout the Arctic. On average, 10% of Arctic surface water are made up of meteoric waters. Oh, you got here. Shallower than something depth. Well, you look up meteoric waters. What have we got here? Meteoric. Geology, relating to or denoting water derived from the atmosphere by precipitation or condensation. Leaching is thought to have been caused by meteoric water during uplift and exposure. I think they know, but they just don't want to tell you. Because the people way to food, it's not having the sun up here, wouldn't it? So it's coming from above, they know that. It's the
Yeah, that's where rain comes from, you idiot.
Fresh water and salt. Pretty dramatic, isn't it? What are we up to? The Beaufort Gyre is a retainer of liquid fresh water in the Arctic Ocean, governed by 3 factors: wind stress, the dynamic feedback between ice motion and upper ocean currents, ice ocean governor, in brackets, and lateral eddy fluxes. Observations and an idealized 2-layer model study indicate blah 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 blah. Here's the picture I just showed you.
Oh.
Dynamic mechanisms. I've read all that, haven't I? clockwise rotation. We've done all that. Okay, we've done the second one. So myth busting. Just a photo on the phone. Myth busting. Call for Ballester. Myth busting. Well, maybe I must have read that by now. I'll move on. What have we got? Okay, let's get on to this is the mythological story of the Irish. Okay? We're going to read that. Tells us all about it.
You say the Irish?
I've got emails.
Must be Scoy Moyles.
Scoy boils.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
How do they pronounce it? Tainanor. That's how it's pronounced. Tainanor.
Turn that og.
You could say a tie, twisted, in the north. Tie in the north. Because everything works on sound, doesn't it?
Wow.
Tainanor. Tainanor. A tie in the north. Works with me.
That's not what it
Right.
means at all.
Oh, God.
No.
Let's see what they say here, okay? In Irish mythology, Tainanor, Irish pronunciation, land of the young, or Tainanor, land of youth, is one of the names for the Celtic other world, or perhaps for a
Celtic.
part of it. Tainanor is best known from the tale of Oisin and Niam. Now, it's why they call land of the youth, or land of youth, because it's the water, it's hydrogenated water, the best thing for your body.
What's
Keeps
that?
you young. That's what it's all about. It's the rejuvenation. It's not the rejuvenation or recycling of the water through the sun, rejuvenating you into the young person you are.
Oh,
Like
dear.
I've said in the previous video, I'm sure the royal family eat this, drink this water. That's what got me connected when I discovered the sun system and the hydrogen being sucked in. See, hydrogen gas is a noble gas up here. It's sucked back in here.
That's okay. I breathe
It reminded me of this mythological story. Sure enough, looked it up. Here we go. Other old Irish names for the other world. See, it's connected back to the previous videos I've done about man's enlightenment. The other world. There's a connection there, but that's where we come from. It's the other world. This is the physical world, non-physical. Everything comes out of here. We do not see it, but it's all created here in an image. It's all imagery. It's all false. That's why the world's full of lies. It's all false. Because it's not the first state. It's the second state. So land of promise, promised land. Tir for thorn, land under the wave. Plain of delight, delightful plain. Multicoloured place, 'cause the sun's in there, and the sun is all the frequencies. It's multicoloured, not that they see it, but it's all esoteric. Only certain people know it. And Emain Ablak, the Isle of Apple Tree. Well, it's the fruit tree, the forbidden garden. The garden is tree in the centre. The Bible doesn't actually mention the apple though, does it? But it's the fruit on the central tree. We will imagine it to be the apple. Sir Isaac Newton knew that. Familiar myths in the northern Celtic cultures include these of Anwin, Fairy Land, Avalon, blah blah blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah,
That's that
blah.
one. We'll go to the next one.
Avalon, that's Roxy Music.
Blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
The Tir na Nor, the legend of the land of eternal youth. So,
It's going to take a
check
lot
out
of-
those. You look them up on the internet. There's this one here.
I concur.
I'll read the tale. Tir na Nog, a paradise in a supernatural realm of everlasting youth, beauty, health, abundance, and joy. Once upon a time, many years ago, there lived a great warrior named Oisin,
Sleeping warrior.
O-I-S-I-N, Oisin, son of legendary Fionn Mac. Come hail. Wow, seems like hail. There's a lot of moisture coming down in the Arctic there. Or Finn McCool. It's cool in the Arctic, isn't it? And its English form.
Oh,
McCool was the leader
go
of the
away.
Fianna, a group of great protectors who guarded the High King of Ireland. And each day, Ossian and Fianna explored the beautiful green hills of Ireland as they hunted the land. One day, Ossian and Fianna saw a beautiful white horse in the distance, and on its back was the most beautiful young woman they had ever seen. Her hair was the colour of the sun, sun's up there, and fell to her waist. And the sun's in the middle, in the waist. So get onto the story back here too in a minute. All connected. Her waist. Her hair was the colour of the sun and fell to her waist. Well, that's the hair, isn't it? So, and she wore a dress of palest blue, studded with stars. And what's in here? It's the vortex of all the stars. They get projected up here into the northern hemisphere, night sky. That's the rotation. It comes from down in here, straight up, anti-clockwise. Look down, it's clockwise. They're spelling it all out here for us. She was surrounded by a golden light. The sun. As the beautiful woman and her horse drew nearer, all men stopped in their tracks, waiting to hear what she had to say. My name is Niam, N-I-A-M-H, I don't know, said the golden-haired maiden. My father is king of the mystical land of Tir Nog, land that knows no sorrow and where nobody ever ages. Well, that's back in the beginning of life, when you're singularity, single, not the dual system out here, where we've come from and where we all go. I have heard wonderful things of a great warrior named Ozzie, and I have come to take him with me back to the land of eternal youth. So she's come to collect the awoken one, the chosen one, maybe. That's sort of loony. I think it means that. Ozzie immediately fell in love with Niam, and although it was sad to be leaving his father and Fiona, he agreed to join Niam on horseback to go and live in Tir Nanog, promising Finn McCool that he would return to Ireland to see him again soon. Finn McCool is another mythological story here I'll be telling you. He's down here, and we've got the other guy up here, Ben Andoni. He's the top part. McCool's down here, in the bottom part, the Arctic Ocean. Okay, together, Niam and Ossian spent many happy times together, although there was a small part of Ossian's heart that...
Oh, no, we're never going to find out now.
Oh, no.
Thank God that's over.
That was just... the ramblings of an idiot.
That's the longest
Literally was the ramblings of an idiot.
Yeah, that's the longest time he's rambled on reading from something.
Just nonsense.
And what was that, part one?
Most impossible guy on YouTube to debunk.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to start.
Anything.
Because he's not even wrong about anything.
That's right. That is correct. It is so out of whack, it's not even wrong.
Even when he went on, what is it, Globebusters or some show that he was on there, it didn't even make any sense on that.
I don't think he's capable of making sense.
Oh, we're going to have to watch the part 2 of that one next time.
But there's a part 2?
Yeah.
Oh,
part 2 of that.
When are you doing that? Are you doing that Saturday?
Yeah. Well, you're not going to be home.
No,
he just wants to know when not to
when
show
not
up.
to turn up. No, I'd better.
Oh, if you all turn up, then I'll play it, see?
Lindsay is the incentive for the quiz, though, I suppose.
Oh, you definitely. We need to clean our brains with something.
Like I said, I've got 2 quizzes for you today. Mm-hmm. I've got a not-so-hard quiz, and I've got a harder quiz. Okay? So it's a pity Sheeples isn't in.
Well, I don't know where Sheeples is lately. I haven't had a chance to have a chat with him.
Okay. Can you see that?
I can see it.
Yeah. So, this is where you get it out of your system, folks. No, the answer to every question is not Fleetwood Mac. but it's about Fleetwood Mac.
Is it Mick Fleetwood? That's the answer, isn't it?
Yeah. So, this is a quiz about Fleetwood Mac. I've made it multiple choice. So you get to choose between 4 answers, so you don't have to use your brain too much. But we'll see. Who knows?
Multiple guess.
Who knows the most about Fleetwood Mac? So do you think you know Fleetwood Mac very well?
No.
My money's on Farmers.
We'll see. Okay. So
Who
here we
seems to
go.
have disappeared.
Has he gone to make himself a cup of tea?
I think
Maybe he was just escaping from the insanity.
Okay, the Fleetwood Mac quiz. Question 1. Which member of Fleetwood Mac painted the album cover for Kiln House in 1970? Was it Christine McVie? Was it Peter Green? Was it Mick Fleetwood? Or was it Stevie Nicks? One of them painted the album cover for that album. Which one was it?
I'm just going to give you some random answers and see how many points I get.
Well, you got 4 chances.
Well, you've now got a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right.
Thanks for being very nice about telling me I was wrong. We've got a few answers from the Peanuts, but we'll see. The one that did it.
Yes, that's right, little wolf.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a picture clue. I guess it's not Mick Fleetwood.
Well, it wasn't B then.
I've given you my answer.
And I don't think her name is Peter.
No.
And if you know your Fleetwood Mac people, that's not Stevie Nicks.
It's definitely not Stevie Nicks.
It's definitely not Stevie Nicks. So the only alternative left is, it is in fact Christine McVie. Contributed backing vocals, keyboards and cover art to Kiln House, although she was not a full member of the band until shortly after the album's completion.
Oh.
There you go.
Well done, Jezza.
Yeah. All right. Question 2. Which band member dropped out of school at the age of 15? Was it Lindsay Buckingham, Mick Fleetwood, John McVie, or Stevie Nicks? So which one dropped out of school at the age of 15?
New plan. I'm just going to answer the same for every question.
Ah, okay.
That's right. I'll have a new plan in a minute.
A new plan. An alternative new plan.
That's the one. Then it'll be the brave new plan.
Well, the consensus among the Peanuts seemed to be that it's B, Mick Fleetwood. So
we've got a couple of dissenters.
Yeah, we've got a couple of C's there. Here's your picture clue. Right. So again, that's definitely not Stevie Nicks, unless you forgot to shave in the morning. And if you guessed B, Mick Fleetwood, you would be correct. Fleetwood had a difficult time at the English boarding schools he attended, but his parents approved of his artistic pursuits and reluctantly let him drop out of school at the age of 15 to focus seriously on being a musician. He ended up moving in with his sister in London and taking gigs wherever he could find them. It was Mick Fleetwood.
Wow.
Question 3. Why did guitarist Jeremy Spencer leave Fleetwood Mac? Was it to join a cult, to get married, to join the army, or to start a florist shop? What do you think?
I'll try the same one as before.
Hey, that's my trick.
You should be typing a question number with your answer, by the
Oh,
way.
yeah. Yeah, same for the peanuts too, because I'm getting confused with some of their answers. Put question 3 dot and your answer out of A to D.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Let's try that one. I've given up on plans at this point.
You are, in fact, correct on this one, Monk. Yeah.
What did your strategy work out, Mark, or did you change it?
Yeah, no. The new plan just was to give up on planning.
Okay.
Irish Stew says he left the band because he was shot.
It's not nice, Irish Stew. Didn't say he was wrong. I'm just saying it's not nice.
I'm getting a couple of B's.
Here's your clue.
Oh, okay.
Well, he went to join
We're only
Python.
taking 3.
Yeah,
And
you
the
recognise
answer.
the movie it's from, hey?
Timing.
Yeah, the correct answer was Jeremy Spencer was Fleetwood Mac's original guitarist and played with the group on its first tour albums. In 1971, shortly after arriving in LA for a gig at the Whiskey A Go-Go, Spencer left the band's hotel room to visit a bookshop on Hollywood Boulevard. He did not return, forcing the cancellation of that evening's concert while the band went searching for him. Some days later, he was found to have joined a religious cult called the Children of God and no longer wanted any involvement with Fleetwood Mac.
Wow.
That's very...
Great, he
very
turned into a cog.
Yeah. So he did. He, in fact, left to join a cult. Okay, question 4. Which Fleetwood Mac song features the lyrics, "And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills"? Was it Go Your Own Way, Landslide, Silver Springs, or Dreams? Come on, this is an easy one.
Yeah, if you didn't have 3A for the last question out in the peanuts, we can't say who was right.
I've now got the songs. Oh, some of the songs going through my head. That's the problem. I'm just thinking, how the bloody hell does Landslide go? Hang on, let me just call up my Fleetwood Mac collection.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got my mind on other things at the moment after that phone call.
Well, the peanuts seem to think that it's B. So let's get a picture clue.
That's a bit obvious.
I knew it was
that clue's too obvious.
I think that it pretty much gives it away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I knew it was either B or C. I knew it wasn't the other,
Yeah.
but I just couldn't.
Yeah, the correct answer was Landslide. It took my love, I took it down. Climbed a mountain and I turned around and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me down. It was Landslide, the song.
I haven't got that
Good on-
album.
I think John got that
I
one.
haven't got it.
Yeah. Question 5. What did Mick Fleetwood
Okay.
use for a drum on the 1979 track Tusk? Did he use a lamb chop, a paint can, a toilet seat, or a jar of pennies?
Don't know, but no.
I don't know either, but it's never stopped me trying.
Oh, I've had a punt, but hey,
I'm just trying to think, how do you use a lamb chop as a drum?
hey, I could get much of a noise out of a lamb chop, surely.
Peanuts seem to think that it's B. Oh, we'll see.
I think
All 4 sounds good though.
there's 2 possibilities there, though. I think. I really can't see it being lamb chop because that just
I'm going to go
you
with
don't
that
get much of
other.
a sound out of that.
Well, I'll give you the visual clue then.
Oh my god!
Really? How'd you get a noise
How
out
the
of
hell?
What?
Yeah.
I've never
there
heard
you
a sound
go.
like that in Tusk.
Yeah. In 1979, looking for a little track for their as yet unnamed album, Mick Fleetwood suggested that they take the rehearsal riff that Lindsey Buckingham used for sound checks. In addition to traditional percussion, the track features Buckingham playing drums on a Kleenex box and Fleetwood banging a lamb chop with a spatula.
Wow.
There you go.
I think you'd be doing well to hear
Yeah.
that in amongst everything else that's going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at least the lamb
So,
chop would have
yes,
been
the correct
tender.
answer was a lamb chop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Question 6. Which Fleetwood Mac song became a huge hit for Santana in 1970? This one's easy. If you
That's an
don't
easy
know
one.
the answer to this one, you've been definitely living under a rock.
Well, I've been
I
living
was
under a
never
rock.
born in
1970.
1970.
I was actually born in 1970.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to this when I was 10-year-old.
So that's what I love about this group. I'm the young buck here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you think that's what they called you?
Yeah.
Yeah, with a B. Just
Oh,
saying.
it might have been. Yeah.
So now every time you hear Tusk, you're going to think lamb chop. Right?
Yeah.
I've got some chops in the freezer, but I've got a funny feeling that they're pork and not lamb. I'll have to go and have a look.
They didn't say they were frozen lamb chops. They just said lamb chop.
Totally different sound.
Yeah. There's your clue if you don't know.
Hey, I think I got it right. Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe ish.
Problem is, when you hear it start on the radio and you think, hello, which version is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You soon know.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So in 1970, Black Magic Woman became a huge hit for Santana, reaching number 4 in the US and Canadian charts after appearing on their Abraxas album. It was originally a Fleetwood Mac song, released as a single in 1968 and appearing on the 1969 compilation album English Rose. So the correct song was Black Magic Woman.
I'll have to hear both versions to see which one I like better.
Santana one's pretty good, but I mean,
It is, yeah.
Yep.
Question 7. Which band member had an affair with Mick Fleetwood's wife?
This is what I've never been able to keep up with Fleetwood Mac. I mean, it was just so confusing as to who was shagging who and when.
The personal relationships within and without the band are quite staggering, actually. So, which band member had an affair with Mick Fleetwood's wife? Was it Dave Walker? Was it Bob Weston? Was it Stevie Nicks? Or was it Danny Kerwin?
I don't know, so I'm just going to go with who I wanted it to be.
Right. Yeah, right.
Was it somebody made a comment about
Everyone said, Jesus says, hope it's C.
Yeah, that nobody had made as much money out of Fleetwood Mac as publicly airing their dirty laundry.
I know, yeah.
I mean, you listen to a lot of their tracks and you think these people were performing these tracks on stage, knowing what they were about and who they were about.
Well, that's your visual clue, so it's not Stevie Nicks. I'm sorry to inform you.
Hang on.
No, it's not Stevie Nicks. Do you know who that was?
No.
No. Thought you might not. No. It was, in fact, during the 1973 US tour to promote Mystery to Me, guitarist Bob Weston was discovered to be having an affair with Fleetwood's wife, Jenny Boyd Fleetwood. Weston was fired 2 weeks in, with another 26 concerts scheduled, and the tour was cancelled.
See, if I'd stuck with my new plan of answering B all the time, I would have got that.
Yeah. It was Bob Weston. Question 8. Which Fleetwood Mac song features the lyrics "Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone"? This is an easy one, right? Is it "Go Your Own Way," "Dreams," "Don't Stop," or "You Make Loving Fun"?
Are we keeping up with the Peanuts? Who's getting the questions right first? Or had we? We've forgotten.
Zebulon. Any Santana song is better than all Fleetwood Mac songs.
Heresy.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we'll be getting the kindling out.
Oh, I like it's a little wolf. Thanks, Bob.
Everybody seems to big C out in the gallery.
Yeah, well,
Jez's comment.
I'm answering that answer.
I like Jez's comment. The poor guy was just trying to fit in.
He was. Well, everybody else is at it. I should be.
Question 8. Here's your visual clue for question 8. I couldn't find a really good visual clue for this one, so.
God, he really did have some big hair, didn't he?
Yeah. And the right answer was "Don't Stop. Thinking About Tomorrow." Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone. The right answer was "Don't Stop."
What, you couldn't find a stop sign?
So the correct answer was C, folks, not A.
I got it right.
Well, "Go Your Own Way" is a totally
D.
different song.
Yeah. Most people got it right out there.
Yeah.
Right, question 9. What is the only song credited to all 5 members of the classic lineup, which is Stevie Nicks, Lindsey Buckingham, Christine McVie, John McVie, and Mick Fleetwood? So which song is credited to all 5 of those band members?
I reckon
Not sure.
that one.
"Go Your Own Way," "Big Love," "Landslide," or "The Chain"?
I reckon that one.
Or as it's otherwise called, that F1 music.
Jezza. Jezza, I think you're a bit slow there, mate. It's not 4.
Oh no, he's corrected himself.
Yeah, good.
Not 3D or not 4D.
Yeah.
26 double D.
Well, the Peanuts seem to think that it's D.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Again, I couldn't find a really good visual clue for this one.
Okay.
But it was correct. It was an easy one. The Chain was created from
Oh,
combinations of several previously rejected materials, including solo works by Buckingham, Nicks, and Christine McVie. Several critics had cited it as one of the most evocative expressions of the internal fractures among various band members at the time. Buckingham and Nicks were ending their relationship at the same time that John and Christine McVie's marriage broke down, as did that of Fleetwood and his wife Jenny Boyd. So it was all going to shit at that time, and they produced one of their best-known songs.
Yep.
It's one of those songs that is basically they had two main bits of music and just went stuck them together.
Yeah,
And that's why you get that whole. It starts as a song, and then it leads into what everybody knows is the music for Formula One, and that's just a different song, and they just jammed them together and.
So what you're saying is Fleetwood Mac did mashups before mashups were cool.
Yes.
yeah.
Quite a few bands actually. When you listen to some of their big hits, they are actually just mashups. They just had these bits of recordings hanging around, and it's all they're really good. But what can we do with them? They're not complete songs. Well, they just mashed them together.
Yeah. Question 10. What does Mick Fleetwood wear on the Rumours album cover? Is it bowling shoes, a wedding veil, a toilet chain, or crown of thorns?
God. I can picture it, and you can see his incredibly thin legs.
Yes.
He's a bit of a
Well,
freak.
it's incredibly
He's
thin everything.
Mick Fleetwood.
That's
Really,
what you remember from it, hey?
he's really tall and gangly, and he's got incredibly thin legs. I mean, they're almost like pipe cleaners. But I'm trying to picture what he's.
Mm.
Isn't that the one where he's posing with his balls?
No, there's he stood up and it's I'm sure it's Stevie Nicks sitting in the chair or something. No,
Well, I'll give you the visual clue then. There it is.
That's it.
Hey, that's what I said. He's posing with his balls.
Yeah, well, I couldn't remember all the details. Blimey. That's the problem when you listen to everything electronically. You don't physically get something in your hand with an album cover. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the correct answer was C, a toilet chain. Yeah. In the black and white photo, Fleetwood assumes a Captain Morgan-like stance, toilet chain balls dangling proudly from his belt. The look started when he stole the toilet chains from the bathroom of a club he had the band was performing at for good luck. They've since become his fashion signature, and he wears them whenever he performs, although he admits losing the originals at a gig and having to get a replacement set. There you go.
He's got to find a replacement set.
The replacement set of toilet balls.
Yeah.
Oh dear. A toilet chain. There you go.
I mean, to be fair, those could be bowling shoes.
Question 11. What sci-fi film did Mick Fleetwood make his acting debut in?
Well, it's a bit easy since you've given us the answer.
I obviously didn't format this one, did I? Well, there you go.
There we go.
It was the Running Man.
I got it.
I reckon it was D. I reckon it was D.
Yeah. Fleetwood made his acting debut in The Running Man, 1987, as Mick, the leader of an underground resistance movement. He speaks the memorable line, "Mr. Spock, you have the con." To which a confused Tech responds, "Who's Mr. Spock?"
Oh.
I'd just like to point out that the actual answer is none of the above because you misspelled Running Man.
Yeah, there. I was going to mention that.
Oh yeah, the Running Man. Let's just let's just go past that one.
In several respects,
Yeah, let's go past that one.
I prefer the source novel because that was a Stephen King book.
Yeah. Question 12. Which Fleetwood Mac song features the lyrics, "If I could turn the pages in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two"? Is it Big Love? Isn't It Midnight? Little Lies, or Hold Me?
Not sure.
Easy peasy, lemon
Yeah?
squeezy.
Easy peasy.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh blimey, not again. Do excuse me.
We've got an A and a B from the Peanuts so far. Mm-hmm. Anyone going for a C or a D?
No, I'd have to guess it 4 times before I'd think of even getting the right one.
Okay.
I've got it wrong, I know that.
If I could turn the page in time, then I'd rearrange just a day or two. Close my eyes, but I couldn't find a way, so I'll settle for one day to believe in you. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
Oh, I remember that bit
That
now.
gives it away.
When you sing that.
Yeah. It was Little Lies was the song. 5 more questions to go.
Oh my god.
Who was Mick Fleetwood's brother-in-law?
Oh.
Was it George Harrison, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, or John Lennon?
Oh, I haven't answered this for a while. Let's try that one.
Let's see what you've got there, Monk. And as I put it to you before, yeah, that's correct. You got it right.
No.
What did you do your fallback letter again?
No.
Okay.
I just looked at what I hadn't answered for a bit and chose that.
Okay. We're getting some A's.
Yeah, we've got a couple of A's, a C. Big blitzes. It was one of the Beatles, you twat. Yeah.
That was obvious
It
then,
was
Blake,
one of the
wasn't
Beatles. Yeah, yeah. The Peanuts seem to think it's A. There's your visual clue. Which Beatle was that?
Oh, that's obviously Paul McCartney.
Oh, it was John, Paul, Ringo, and the other guy, right?
Yeah, that's him.
The other guy, yeah. Yeah. George Harrison, 1943 to 2001, was Fleetwood's brother-in-law for 4 years between the Fleetwood's marriage to Jenny Boyd in 1970 and Harrison's divorce from Boyd's sister Patty in 1974. There you go. So he was related, in a way, to George Harrison.
Oh.
Question 14. Which founding member left Fleetwood Mac after getting some bad LSD?
Well, one goes and enjoys a cult. Now one gets some bad
Yeah.
LSD.
I believe we had a conversation about someone leaving a band because of LSD before. Was it,
Not so much
Sid-
not so much leaving, more
Sid
sort
Barrett?
of left behind.
Yes, yes, that's right. But
Shall
in
we
this
pick him up?
case,
No, let's not bother.
was it Christine McVie? Was it Peter Green? Was it Danny Kerwin? Or was it Bob Welsh?
You already typed your answer, Farmer.
Yeah. Doesn't mean to say I'm right, but I'm.
Yeah. You are right.
I would just say fairly certain, knowing some of the history and yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't mind his early stuff.
I quite like some of some of his early stuff, but. But Fleetwood Mac are one of those groups I've never been. I haven't got all of their albums. I think just because you hear it on the radio all the time, it's just you don't bother. I mean, yeah, some groups new album, got to go and get it, even though it turns out it's crap. But
I think we're
Fleetwood
just
Mac,
getting some random guesses out there. 14A, 14C.
We are getting some random guesses out there, yeah. So I'll give you a picture clue. That's who it was. It was this guy.
That's him.
That is him, yeah. It was Peter Green. During the band's European tour, guitarist Peter Green experienced a bad acid trip at a hippie commune in Munich. Clifford Davis, the band's manager, singled out this incident as the crucial point in Green's mental decline. He said, "The truth about Peter Green and how he ended up how he did is very simple. We were touring Europe in late 1969. When we were in Germany, Peter told me he had been invited to a party. I knew there were going to be a lot of drugs around, and I suggested that he didn't go. But he went anyway and took what turned out to be a very bad, impure LSD. He was never the same again."
Yeah, that stuff.
Yeah, we know
really
other people that have
Really screw you up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
going to say we know maybe one other person that might be in that similar category.
What a chap went by the name of Sid.
No, I'm talking about
Yeah.
someone we know in
Ah,
Discord
yeah.
that took
Well,
some sort of chemical
it's
substances.
a theory that might go some way to explaining his behaviour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question 15. Who did the band want to thank in their liner notes of the 1977 Rumours album? Did they want to thank Johnny Walker Red? Did they want to thank their cocaine dealer? Did they want to thank Planned Parenthood? Or did they want to thank Dear Abby?
There he goes on the phone again. Bloody hell.
It might be a job. If it is, that'd be good. It is.
Yep.
We're only getting an A and a D.
There's your clue.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's
Okay.
right then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was I right? It was a job interview?
I have a Teams online interview in just over an hour and a half at 3:00. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just this has all come about in the last hour.
Yep.
Well, good.
No, put
There
your
you go.
job prospects first.
The band was doing so much cocaine during production of the album that they wanted to thank their dealer in the liner notes. In 1990, Mick Fleetwood admitted that the only reason they didn't was that the dealer was killed before the record was finished.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's tragic but funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Second last question. Which musician did Stevie Nicks almost have a child with? Was it Keith Richards, Don Henley, Roger Waters, or Paul McCartney?
Don't remember this one. Like I said, it's difficult to keep up with them.
Yeah, it is difficult to keep with the twists and turns. Yeah.
Would it be quicker to list the ones she didn't almost have a job?
What are you trying to say?
Nothing.
What do you
Nothing.
mean by that?
It was the free love generation. I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're guessing C straight away.
Oh, dear.
That'd be funny if it was.
That would be very interesting if it was, but it's not. There's your clue.
Oh, really? There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Look, I'm glad you understand the clue.
Oh, don't
Well,
you know
you have
that?
to know which group that is.
You do. You do. Yeah.
Particularly the chap on the right.
Okay.
Isn't who we're on about.
But you got to love those glasses, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The correct answer was Don Henley. In 2014, Stevie Nicks admitted in a Billboard interview that she was once pregnant with Don Henley's baby. Henley had previously suggested that the Fleetwood Mac song Sarah, which Nicks wrote, was about their unborn child. There you go. The answer was Don Henley.
Yeah.
No one got it.
And last question.
Oh, last question.
Which Fleetwood Mac song features the lyrics, "My soul marches out the door, we fall to earth together"? Is it Sad Angel, Isn't It Midnight, Paper Doll, or As Long As You Follow?
Not sure. Take a punt on that one.
See, I'm just going to guess this because the whole falling to earth thing.
Whilst I hurriedly reinstall Microsoft Teams on my computer.
That's right. It shouldn't take you more than an hour.
Because he said, it'll be a Zoom interview. Yeah, fine, happy. And then he just come back and said, have you got Teams? I said, yes. No. Quick.
No.
I took that off ages ago because I didn't think I needed
No, but I can have.
Now I'm reinstalling it.
Well, you need TeamSpeak for Zoom.
No, it was going to be a Zoom interview. Now they're going to use Teams instead. I mean,
okay.
Does that confirm your choice, Monk?
Why, yes, it does.
Well, that confirms my choice. I only guessed it.
Yeah.
Well, I got it wrong then, but hey, what the hell?
Oh, John and Tiny Captain might have got it right.
I can't remember the lyrics.
Yeah. The drums of fire are calling, my soul marches out the door. We fall to earth together, the crowd calling out for more. Hello, hello, sad angel, have you come to fight the war? The song is Sad Angel. And that, folks, was your Fleetwood Mac quiz.
Well, thank you very much. I enjoyed some of that.
The Peanut requested something with Fleetwood Mac, so that was something with Fleetwood Mac.
There you go.
And you know what? Not once to any of those 17 questions was the correct answer. Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac. Right, yeah.
Oh, there we go. It didn't take long. All right, that's that installed.
So, like I said, I do have another quiz. I have a hard quiz. The first 5 questions of which are mediocre, but the second 5 questions are hard.
Stinkers.
Right. Yeah. So whether you want to do it now or whether you want to have something in between is up to you.
Well, I need a break from one quiz to another.
We'll get the Peanuts to vote because they're the audience.
What, between 1 and 2?
Between one and the other one? Is that inclusive?
Dora said, "Oh no, the prophecy came through. I missed the Fleetwood Mac quiz."
Oh, Dora.
And all the answers were Fleetwood Mac.
Well, at least Fleetwood Mac adjacent.
Right. Do you think for my interview that I should keep Bagpuss or move him?
Oh, what's somebody doing over there?
I'm going to have to put a shirt on.
Can we play this science video on the stream? Well, Jersey, with my copyright stuff.
History.
Yeah. That's a
with your track record.
Save.com. Yeah, science something. Trying to work out what it is. Something about the sun.
Yeah. Just trying to make sure it's not BBC. Oh, no.
I haven't even got the volume, so I don't even know what's going on.
There's a term for that.
Okay. The sound might
It'll give the game away if I say. It'll give the game away if I say what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Is it a musical term?
I had the sound off, and as soon as the scene cut, I thought, yeah, I know what this is.
NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory listens to the sun. The sun.
I know what's coming up.
Yeah, I don't want to play music.
It's called a Rickroll.
Oh, we've got a 3-minute Everett Anderson. The flat earther wants to be taken seriously.
Well, as Dora has pointed out, there's another Everett Anderson one that you might want to play.
Yeah, I'll just grab him anyway for now.
You know which one I'm on about, don't you, mate?
Yeah, I do. The one that I made Chemo run away 3 times.
That's it.
Oh dear, that was funny.
I'll grab them for now. I'll probably have to scroll up further.
Yeah, that was funny because he could only take so much, and then he ran away, and then he'd come back, and I'd do it again to him, and he'd run away.
Because he couldn't do his usual, could he? Oh, if I prevaricate for 10 seconds, I've got enough time to Google it.
yeah, I know.
Is that the flat earther clueless about sextants?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Earth is life.
Like the time that Katz asked him a question, and he waffled long enough to Google it, and then he just basically said the first thing that came up in the Google results.
Dean breaks lemon. Must have been over on Jim's or somewhere.
No, that was over on Jose's.
Oh, was it on Jose?
Yeah.
He broke lemon.
Yeah, well, I mean, I broke him the other day as well. It's very easy. Just don't accept all of his waffle and bullshit and tell him he's full of it, and eventually he goes away.
He ran from me when I tried to pin him on the difference between validity and soundness and logical arguments.
Yeah, that's 17 minutes of that, so that we'd have to watch the whole thing for that one.
Poor old Lemon was coming up with an excuse, a reason why something, and then Stingray was saying, well, no, that doesn't work because of this, and then Lemon was changing his tune and coming up with something else, and then he'd circle back around to go to his original thing again. He was all over the place. But that's what happens when you just make stuff up.
Yeah,
which is all Lemon does. He just spews crap.
Earth is life. B-Ball's doing Gary gets everything wrong again. Must have put a video out. I don't know, I'd have to go to Gary's channel and play the video ourselves.
Oh dear, Flatsoid's still not accepting reality.
Where did my video go, Simon Dan? Yeah, where'd your video go, Simon Dan?
Didn't go anywhere. It's right where you left it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Conspiracy Cast has got a 30-minute one. That's a bit long.
Oh yes, I watched that live last night.
So where's Simon Dan's video then? It's not in Sure You. I'd have to go to his channel to grab it then, by the look of it.
Yeah, but it's there. It's about good old allegedly Dave when they went to that vaccination centre.
Yeah. I'll have to go to his channel. Okay, so when a flat earther tries to arrest a policeman, or is it? That's what I've got. Is that his video when a flat earther tries to arrest a policeman? Because that's the last video.
Yeah, that's the one he posted yesterday morning. Then within 20 minutes it was taken down, and then yesterday afternoon it was back there again.
Okay. Who else we got? FE debate versus Tyler 432. I did watch a bit of that. What was the story for that one? Yeah, he's sort of like he wasn't claiming to be a flat earther anymore. He was sort of nearly agreeing with half the globe stuff.
Who's that?
Tyler 432 MC Toon debate.
Well, I've only watched about the first hour or so of it because I just some of them are just a struggle to listen to.
Tyler Philby. Toons removed that one. Google Earth Revisited Blue. Did we miss out on? How many does Blue done? A couple.
Oh.
That was done on the 3rd. Not the 3rd. What date's that say? Can't read that. March the 1st. Oh, that was only Tuesday. I've got 2 blue ones in. Blue's knocked out too. There's one 20-minute, 22-minute one, and a 5-minute one. Okay.
Yeah, the 5-minute one's not even published yet.
Oh, I noticed that. I watched that first thing this morning.
I've got that. Yeah. I've got it here.
Yeah, I stuck it in there. It's unlisted right now.
It is quite funny though. How did you get that? What were you blind? Well, I suppose it's basic mathematics, and I always struggle at that.
Oh, you snuck it in there, Blue. I didn't even realise. Who else is there?
Right.
I think that's it for now. What's that one from Wolfie? How long did that go on? That's a short one. By the time I've collected all these videos, Paul.
What's that?
I said, by the time I've collected all these videos, it'll be nearly time for the other quiz.
Yeah.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6, but a couple of them are only short, so.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
Yeah. And I've already scrolled up back through. Yeah, I think that'll do. With that. Right. Back to there. Minimize that. Oh well, we'll do the other quiz now then, and then we'll finish off with a couple of videos.
Okay. Okay. All right. I can do that then. Let me just get that organised. Means I've got to put the chat up again there. And then I've got to go to share screen. And there we go. Share that screen. There we go.
Ah, yay! Oh, and there's a quiz.
Is that the normal quiz that you're after?
Oh, quiz, right. Yeah, sorry. Oh.
Quiz.
Yeah. Quick, serious face.
Yes, very quiz. Much quizziness.
Yeah.
Much quizziness, yeah. Alrighty. The hard quiz. First 5 questions are medium hardness, but the last 5 are, yeah, you want to put your thinking caps on for those.
Oh dear.
Alrighty. Here we go. Question 1. What is the name given to asteroids that share an orbit with a larger planet and lead or trail the planet by 60 degrees? That is right, Monk. Off to a flying start on this one.
Can't remember.
It came up in a audio book I was listening to today, so
Okay.
that was Andy.
No, John Rapp, it is not Saturn. Because
that's a hell of an asteroid.
It's the name given to asteroids that share an orbit with a larger planet. Name given to the asteroids, not the planet itself. And there we go.
Oh, is that what they are?
Yeah. We do have a correct answer out in the peanuts. Not
I like
hemorrhoids.
Dora's answer.
Yeah.
Oh, Michelle Fonts.
There's your 2 points, L4 and L5. There, where these objects collect in relation to a planet that would be orbiting around the sun or any other object. For instance, there is a location such as this in relation to the Earth-Moon system too. That's one of the two of the Lagrange points. And here's another animation that kind of shows you the location of those points in relation to Jupiter and the sun. And you're correct, Monk. They are the Trojans. Yeah.
No large horses involved.
No. All right, question 2. According to band gap theory, in an insulator at absolute zero, what is the highest band with any electrons in it?
Oh, God.
These are the easy ones.
These are the easy ones, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what band gap theory is? No, it's not about musical bands.
It's not that period between the first
Not
and the
that.
tricky second album.
Fleetwood Mac.
No. Do you know what band gap theory is? Anyone know what band gap theory is? Well, I'll give you a little bit of an education on what a band gap is. So if we have a single atom, then the electron energy levels are very well defined. But if you put two atoms together, then you start getting a little bit of separation in those energy levels. They cluster around those locations, but they're separated by a little bit because they interact with each other, and you get three atoms and they spread out just a little bit more. And so when you put many atoms together, rather than a well-defined energy level, you get these bands that the electrons can occupy, quite a spread out energy levels there. And the places in between those bands are where you can't have electrons. They're the forbidden zones, whereas you have these zones, bands where electrons are allowed. So think about that. In an insulator at 0 degrees, absolute zero,
Kelvin.
where are all of the electrons? Anyone know? Here's another diagram which kind of shows you that. So if you've got a semiconductor or an insulator at absolute zero, you find all of the electrons in their lowest energy level. All right? And so they'll be in the lower bands, which are known as the valence bands. So that's where you'll find all of the electrons, in the valence bands. There you go. So even if no one knows the answers to these questions, you're learning something today.
That's if we remember.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the valence bands is the correct answer for that one. Okay, question 3. When applying the Euclidean algorithm to find the greatest common divisor of 44 and 161, what is the remainder after the third step? Does anyone know what the Euclidean algorithm is?
Nope.
Do you know what a greatest common divisor is?
Yes.
What is it, Monk?
It's the largest number that divides both of the
Yeah.
the two test numbers.
That's correct. And the Euclidean algorithm is a method for actually finding this number. Okay, and here's a visual for how that method kind of works. These are two different numbers than in the question, but it kind of shows you how the method actually works. So the way it would work, it's not 666. No. The way it works is that you divide the one number into the other and you get a remainder. So if we divide 44 into 161, we get 3 with a remainder of 29. And what we do is we then take that remainder of 29 and we divide it into the 44. And so 29 goes into 44 once with a remainder of 15. Okay? And because that remainder is non-zero, you keep on doing it. You keep on doing it again until you get a non-zero remainder, and that's your greatest common divisor. So because it's not zero, we do the step again, and then the third step, 29 divided by 15 equals 1 with a remainder of 14. So the correct answer is after the third step, you get a remainder of 14. And the idea is you would keep on doing that over and over again. So you would then do 14 into 15, which would go once with a remainder of 1. And then you would do it again, and you would do 1 divided by 1, which is, of course, 1 with a remainder of 0. So the greatest common divisor of 44 and 161 is, in fact, 1.
So they're co-prime.
Yeah, that's correct. So the answer is 14. All right, question 4. Which of the following best describes why ocean water at 30 degrees latitude has a higher salt content than water at the equator? Is it because most rivers flow into the ocean at the equator? Is it because ice formation at high latitudes increases salinity? Is it because precipitation exceeds evaporation at the equator? Or is it because low salinity water upwells at the equator? Which of those reasons is the most likely reason why the seawater at the equator is less salty than at higher latitudes? You could probably guess the right answer of this one.
Well, I did guess, but whether it's right or not.
Anyone out in the peanuts want to have a go? Have a guess at this one? Jezza reckons C. So does John Rapp. There seems to be a consensus forming. Here you go. Near the equator, the tropics receive the most rain on a consistent basis. As a result, the fresh water falling into the ocean helps decrease the salinity of the surface water at that region. As one moves towards the poles, the region of rain decreases, and with less rain and more sunshine, evaporation increases. So you have a higher evaporation rate than precipitation rate, which means that the water becomes saltier.
I got
So,
that right.
yeah.
Like pretty quick, that one.
Yeah, so the correct answer is C.
The others didn't make sense.
Okay.
I said, no,
Yeah.
that's not right. That one's not right. That. See.
Yeah. All right, question 5. In meteorology, the atmosphere's lapse rate is which of the following units? So the lapse rate in the atmosphere, is it measured in degrees Celsius per kilometre? Is it measured in watts per metre squared? Is it measured in pascals per second or metres per second? All fish are piss drinkers. Yeah. I like that. Move flatties. More flatties live at the equator. Flatties tears. Yes, we've got a correct answer in the internal chat and out in the peanuts. Well done,
Dora.
folks. Yes.
Well done, Dora.
It is measured in degrees Celsius per kilometre, and near the ground it is approximately 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometre. Notice I say that the right way, kilometre, and not this kilometre business.
Yeah, I couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
Unless you're working in freedom units.
Yeah. I mean, you don't say kilograms, do you?
You can just call them
Or
clicks.
kilojoules.
Then you get degrees Fahrenheit for 1,000 feet.
Yeah. 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 It is in degrees Celsius per kilometre. Question 6. This is a hard one. I'll be surprised if anyone gets the answer to this one, honestly. Okay.
Thanks,
The
Paul.
altitude to the hypotenuse of a right-angle triangle divides the hypotenuse into segments of length 5 and 4. What is the length of the altitude?
I thought trick question.
You're allowed to work it out on paper. You don't have to use your brain. Well, you have to use your brain, but you don't have to use your mind. Any idea what I'm talking about? What is an altitude in a triangle? An altitude is a line. Here's the diagram for you. An altitude is a line that goes from a vertex to the opposite side and meets that opposite side at right angles. So in this case here, the altitude is that vertical line there, H, and it divides your hypotenuse of the large triangle, which is the base of that triangle there, into units of 4. So x would equal 4 and y would equal 5. Any idea how you would end up solving this? This is a little bit more involved than a triangle has sides of 1, 1, and 1. Not 14, not 3, not 63, not 3, not 3. All right, we'll go through this one, all right?
I'm going to try again.
You're working it out, are you?
No, I vaguely remember something about this. Is it that?
Is it what? No.
Okay.
It's not. Okay. So the way you work this out is, if you look on that diagram, what the question's saying is that x equals 4 and y equals 5, okay? As that diagram there is labelled. It divides that hypotenuse into 4 and 5, lengths of 4 and 5. And so the total length of that hypotenuse is 9. Now, according to that diagram, we know from the Pythagoras' theorem that x squared plus h squared, so that's this side, and the altitude, the h, is equal to b squared. So x squared plus h squared equals b squared. All right? Because we know x, we can just write that as 4 squared, which is 16. 16 plus h squared equals b squared. Likewise, for the other triangle, we can get y squared plus h squared equals a squared. All right? And if we then use that in combination with the larger triangle, because we know that a squared plus b squared equals the whole hypotenuse equals c squared. C equals 9 squared there. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So if we put the numbers into that, we end up with one of them is 25 plus h squared, The other one is 16 plus h squared. We add those together to get 81. And when you combine those together, you get 2h squared equals 40, because you subtract the 25 and the 16 from 81 to get 40, and you're left with 2h squared on that left-hand side. So that means that h squared must equal 20, and that h must therefore equal the square root of 20, which you can simplify down to 2 root 5. So there you go.
I was close.
The answer is 2 root 5.
I was still close.
Question 7. Scientists at Brookhaven National Lab are part of the ATLAS experiment at CERN, which recently observed light-by-light scattering, where light at high energies can be scattered by what particle? The answer is actually in the question.
It's got to be this then, isn't it?
It does have to be that. That's correct. And yay, the peanuts are onto this one. That's the Feynman diagram for this interaction. And the Feynman diagram is for a photon scattering a photon, which is light scattering light. Yeah.
There's
classical
a bit of square dancing
electrodynamics.
in the middle there.
Yeah, that's right. That's the exchange of virtual particles, virtual charged particles, yeah. In classical electrodynamics, photons cannot interact with each other because they have no charge. However, in quantum electrodynamics, predicts that two photons can scatter off each other by exchanging virtual charged fermions or W bosons. So the correct answer is a photon. So light can actually scatter light. It just doesn't happen very easily, or the effect is not very significant. You're not going to see it, pretty much, unless you've got something like the ATLAS experiment at CERN.
Where we use really, really, really bright photons.
Yeah, at really, really, really high energies. Yeah. Okay, question 8. In base 7, what is 4 times 6? So how would I write 4 times 6, the answer to that, in base 7? No, that's not right.
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
That's not
no.
right, Mark. That's not
No,
right.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I screwed up.
You haven't accidentally been giving me your answers, Mark.
Sorry,
it's
Terry.
Not 40, it's not 42.
Because
That's right.
Paul had
Jez
noted.
has screwed up
could be-
exactly the same way I did.
It's a bit conspiratorial, this number, isn't it, Mark?
A little bit.
If Paul seen that I got the right answer, he'd know I was cheating.
Yeah.
Right, if I'd been giving you my answers, you would have got the same wrong answer I did initially.
No, it's not 26. It's not 32. It's not 42. It's not 31. No.
That's right, Jezza, that was the exact same mistake I made, so we're thinking alike.
Yeah.
This is not a good thing.
There's someone trying to figure out another question in base 7 that kind of gives you an idea of how you would go about doing it.
Oh, I've been forgiven.
All is forgiven. Squeaks back.
All is forgiven. Squeaks
Yeah.
back. There you go.
4 times 6, of course, is 24. And if you break it down into base 7 units, you start with a 3 times 7 to the power of 1, which is 7. So 3 sevens are 21, and you've got 3 left over. Well, that 3 left over is 3 times 7 to the power of 0. So those are your two digits, a 3 and a 3. because that means 3 times 7 to the power of 1 plus 3 times 7 to the power of 0, which is 33. The correct answer is 33. Second last question.
That was M2M
right.
got that one.
Yeah, he did. Well done. Question 9. An astronaut is 4 light years from Alpha Centauri and travelling toward it. If the astronaut is travelling at 0.6 times the speed of light, then from the reference frame of the astronaut, how far in light years will the journey appear to be? Now, you all know that something weird happens in special relativity when things travel at a significant proportion of the speed of light. There are a couple of things that can happen. One thing that can happen is something called time dilation, where your time slows down. And the other effect that happens is something called length contraction, where distances appear to contract in the direction of travel. So it seems to be shorter. And they actually have to take this into account when they do experiments in particle accelerators. When they actually accelerate those particles to a significant portion of the speed of light, the length that they accelerate those particles over has to be adjusted because of the length contraction. So,
Trick
Trick
question.
Yeah, I think it's a trick question.
4 light years is a long way, you know. No, it's actually a... here's the equation that you have to use for something called the length contraction formula, where you have L dashed is the length as observed from the frame of reference that the astronaut's in, whereas L is the frame of reference is the other frame of reference. V is the velocity and C is the speed of light. So here we're looking outside of the frame of reference of the astronaut and we see the distance as 4 light years. But from the other frame of reference, which is the astronaut's frame of reference, you have to apply this length contraction adjustment. So to do that, if V is 0.6c, then V squared equals 0.36 times c squared. And when we divide that by c squared, we just get 0.36. And when we subtract 0.36 from 1, we get 1 minus 0.36 is 0.64. And when we take the square root of 0.64, we get 0.8. And when we do 4 times 0.8, we get 3.2. And so the actual distance, according from the astronaut's point of view, is only 3.2 light years.
Oh, he saved off a little bit.
Yeah, he shaved off a little bit, that's right. So you'd think, well, hang on, does that mean he gets there quicker? No. Because remember, time slows down as well. Yeah. And the last question. In a hollow pipe closed at both ends, it has a fundamental frequency of 100 hertz. In meters, what is the length of the pipe if the speed of sound in the pipe is 340 meters per second? Anyone know a bit about physics of waves in pipes?
Not to that degree, no.
No. You know that only certain frequencies are allowed in the pipe, and that's why you can use something like that as a musical instrument. Because by changing the length of the pipe, you change the fundamental frequency, you change the note that resonates in the pipe, right? You think about the boundary conditions of what's happening in a pipe, closed at both ends. The air, if you think of this, the air at each end is not free to move left or right. It's kind of like attached to the wall. And so what we call that is a movement node. Okay? Whereas the air in between the two ends is free to move, and that's where you'll get your maximum vibration. And so you're constrained by the fact that at the ends you have to have a node. But you can have as many nodes as you like in between, and they're called the harmonics. Okay? But the fundamental is the longest wavelength that's allowed in the pipe that will resonate. And from what we can see in this diagram here, that is half a wavelength of the sound, because there you can only see half a wavelength. If you complete the wavelength, it ends up being twice as long as the tube. And some people might know that the wavelength, speed of sound, and frequency are related by that formula. Velocity equals frequency times wavelength. And because we know the velocity and because we know the frequency, we can figure out what the wavelength of the sound is. So 340 divided by 100 equals 3.4. So the wavelength must be 3.4 meters, okay? But if half a wavelength fits in the tube, then the tube must be length of half of that, which is 1.7 meters.
Woohoo!
Okay. So that was your very hard quiz.
Yeah.
And even though I didn't really expect many people to get the answers right for that, I hope you've all learnt just a little bit about something that you didn't know before. There you go.
Got to try and remember it.
Oh, you don't have to remember it.
No, that's the struggle is remembering it.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't expect people to remember that, but you know,
that last
you get
one was really
exposed
an
to
Ellen
these things,
question.
and it just, yeah, you get exposed to these things, and it kind of like, yeah.
Makes you think, at least.
Yeah.
And I love learning.
There you go.
Little tidbits.
It's knowing how to do all the calculations and formulas seems to be the main thing.
Well, it's just thinking about things of like what's happening in the world around you too. I mean, you know, you think about musical instruments and, you know, like wind instruments like flutes and tubas and trombones and stuff, and there's a lot of physics in there, you know, and you sort of think, well, what's really happening in there? And this is something that the flat earthers just don't do. They don't think about the physics or think about what could be happening or try to explain something in terms of what we know about the world around us. Instead, they just make up shit. Oh, we don't know why the sun goes around the earth up there like that, so we'll just say it's the ether. You know?
Yeah.
We don't know what the moon is, but it's not a real thing you can land on.
Yeah. We don't know what the moon is, but I reckon it's plasma.
Yeah, it's a hologram.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of the
hologram,
backside of the sun.
The only thing they're certain about is what things aren't.
Yeah.
That's how it seems to work.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what happens when you start from your conclusion
Correct.
and then don't go anywhere. You just have your conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, it's the flat Earth method anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like you think about things like back in the ancient world of the Greeks and stuff like that. You know, the sun was towed across the sky by a god in his chariot. You know, and you think, yeah, well, okay, that's a nice religious explanation, but how does a chariot get up there, and how does a horse live up there, and like, what are they riding on, and what's the chariot rolling across? And yeah, there are a lot of questions that you can ask that sort of point to the direction of this is all bullshit.
Well, see, the beauty of having a god as an explanation is that you don't have to go any further. That's where inquiry stops.
Oh, because gods can do anything, right? Yeah,
That's it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Saying God did it is a way of stopping any further discussion. It's just God did it. Stop asking.
It's a cop-out.
It is a cop-out, but it's also willful ignorance.
Yep.
And it's a way to stop people from asking inconvenient questions.
Yeah. Which
Why
of
is the
course
sky
is the
blue?
reason,
I don't know. God did it.
Yeah. Which of course is the reason why we know that Glenn Serio is not a god, because apparently he said that gods can't be arrested, and he was arrested. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, but the sovereign citizens reckon they can't be arrested either, and therefore there can't be any sovereign citizens.
Well, they get arrested on a regular basis.
Exactly.
Oh God, I watched Creaky Blinder and Team Skeptic's latest one with the Sov Citizen. The one that yells, "I do not consent, I do not consent" all the time. Holy crap.
Yeah, and?
Oh,
That's nice.
That's nice.
Oh.
I do not need your consent. Get in the paddy wagon.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Who's that?
That's how Squeak, she's come back.
She did it very quietly this time.
Oh, she did, yes.
Wants to be taken seriously, not in that hat, pal.
No,
So
God,
what's the
not
job
this
you're
one.
going for this time, farmers?
It is. It's mechanical design engineer, but I don't know. He didn't give me much information about the company themselves. I don't know whether it's a consultant or a contractor. So,
But no pipes involved.
oh, there'll be pipes. This is a fairly senior position, but he said it's a sort of a hybrid role. You know, maybe a couple of days in the office, 3 days at home, or 2 days at home, 2 days out on building sites. I just don't know until I have this team interview. I don't know who they are. I don't know what sort of company they are.
Last time I had
Last
time I had a team interview, we had to go in groups and get a pack of cards and build something with them or something.
No, this is Microsoft team. Thankfully, but no, I don't know. It's one of these where I'm not getting my hopes up because I don't know enough about it and what they want. But they saw my CV and within minutes they'd come back and said yes, arrange an interview. So we shall see.
This is Everett.
Soon.
Flat Earther wants to be taken seriously.
Yeah, you wait until you see which flat earther it is.
Okay.
Can't wait. I haven't seen this one yet, so.
Okay.
No spoilers then.
No, okay,
All right.
no spoilers.
Time to press play.
Hello, Pablo. How are you? Know this new look that I have.
Let's see how you look with that. Dude.
That's right, brothers and sisters, children of the world, of this beautiful non-rotating flat Earth.
You fucking idiot!
Do not believe the indoctrination. Your teacher is just
Jesus.
regurgitating.
Good old Renee.
Regurgitating. Regurgitating.
Word of the day: regurgitation.
Regurgitation. Regurgitation.
It's just repeating like a parakeet.
Parakeet. Parakeet.
That's right. I don't know why people love doing that, but God gave you a beautiful, amazing own mind. You have free will to speak, to say whatever you want, to make an observation, to see into the horizontal horizon.
Yeah.
Our beautiful horizontal horizon, not a curved horizon. Here in a real world, on our non-rotating Earth, we see perfect repetitions of astrological events.
Zero logic and all that.
That's right, because we're not on a spinning ball lost in the vacuum of space, tumbling towards a black hole.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, is that useful to you?
Oh, you betcha, yeah.
Yeah.
In reality, brothers and sisters, Earth is a paradise. And that's your inheritance.
Oh, jeez.
Just make an observation and see where the sun appears in the morning and disappears into the vanishing point.
I think it's best that we take him to the mental center and do some tests.
Oh, no. No.
Every day performing the Lima. That's right, brothers and sisters. The Lima is the infinity sign.
Pure gibberish.
That can only happen when the Earth is actually stationary, meaning non-moving, non-rotating.
You fucking moron!
We are the center of the universe. You are special. Do not believe the indoctrination.
Yeah, real good now.
Question everything. And remember, God make you perfect on a beautiful, stationary, flat earth.
I'm glad that's over.
And he wants to be taken seriously? No.
Oh, man.
Not
You
gonna
just
happen.
can't take that seriously, can you?
No.
Who was that? Was that idiot Renee?
Yes.
Renee, yeah, that was Renee.
Earth is seriously flat. Yeah.
Yeah, thought so. Uh-oh.
Oh, what? Shit.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Press play.
Oh, but unmuted it first.
Yeah.
Sheer genius.
On rare occasions, we get to witness moments of sheer genius. This is not one of those moments. Warning: severe facial and monitor damage alerts. In effect, get out those oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. And let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
Yeah, we're getting to the big
south end
hump.
of the causeway, that would be vector V1 for us, should actually be a little bit longer than the north end.
Oh, it should be.
That's vector V2. And sure enough, we see that in the data. On the northbound side, I got a difference of 108 meters from the north to the south, and on the southbound lane, I got 109 meters. Again, the distance that I was measuring over.
109 meters where? What? Why is it only 109 meters? What's going on?
V1 minus V2, right there, Biff.
Is that to the center point?
I don't know. He's trying to say that because it gets a little bit chubbier around the center, you know, a bit pear-shaped. He stole it from Neil. Gets a bit chubbier. That one of them's a little bit longer than the other. And it shows it over here. Look, 108 and 109 meters.
Yeah, can't you imagine it? Come on.
I don't know where this 108 and 109.
Just look at the spreadsheet, genius.
Where's that going to be measured from? What's that about?
From the center of the sphere. Come on, guys.
No, that's just meters.
That's 109 and 108. Like, one's longer than the other, so it's a little bit chubbier. But why it's 100 and something meters? I mean,
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's not very long there compared to the bridge.
I'll just go back over that because I don't know. Maybe this is one of Blue's mistakes that he's left in again. Pull it back to it.
No.
We know
Oh, this is not a mistake.
Chubbier as we go toward the equator.
Chubbier.
That means that the south end of the causeway, that would be vector V1 for us, should actually be a little bit longer than the north end is. That's vector V2. And sure enough, we see that in the data. On
Yeah.
the northbound side, I got a difference of 108 meters from the north to the south. And on the southbound lane, I got 109 meters. Again,
from the north to the south.
Yeah, I heard that. What's
From the
that
north to the south. 108 meters and 109 meters from the north to the south.
it's right there on the spreadsheet.
Is he saying going one way? It is northbound and southbound. It's a bit longer.
In the data, there's V1, 2, and 3, but on his blue ball, he's showing it's only V1 and V2. But he's saying the difference between V2 and V3 is 108 meters, I think.
No, V1 and V2. The V1
Difference
to
between-
V2 differential, it says there.
Yeah, but there's less digits in V1 on the first one on the northbound.
Yeah, it's got less digits because I left the trailing 0 off. Please tell me that didn't confuse you.
Oh, man.
It's hard.
Oh, it absolutely did confuse them.
Y and Z.
Yeah.
V1. 83727851. That's less. V1 minus V2. Well, V2 3726. Yeah, 687.
You have to put this stuff in the
That's the start and the end, isn't it?
This is the job tomorrow.
V3's in the middle.
With
Spot
Paul.
on. Somebody
Shit.
sort him out.
Yeah, the difference in the start and the end. That's what I said to begin
So you've
with.
got, yeah, this is the start and this is the end. And the difference between the start and the end is 108 meters. 108 meters. Start and the end. The start and the end.
That's all, folks.
I wish that was all.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And he
Blimey.
claims to be an expert on geometry. Man. God.
God. I had a hard time believing that too.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is
It's
not a
little bit
mistake.
chubbier as we go.
Oh my god.
I remember talking about this with somewhere. I can't remember where it was now.
No wonder they're flat earthers.
No, it's just, it's an interesting thing that Earth is an oblate spheroid. It makes it gets the radius is changing as you go toward the equator. The radius is increasing slightly, and that's what this data shows.
Wasn't this off
When you
Lake,
see the-
Lake Positron measurements? You were mentioning something about that?
Yeah, this is Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah, that's what it is, Lake Pontchartrain. And right there on the spreadsheet, you see the V1 vector that lists the length of it. That's the north end or the south end of the causeway. So that vector is a little bit longer than vector V2, which is the north end. All I did was subtract the two. Jesus Christ!
Mm.
And it took them 10 minutes to finally figure it out. When it's all right there, it says V1 minus V2. Jesus.
To be honest, I'm a little surprised that it's 100 plus meters. I thought it would be a smaller difference over that distance.
You think so, but then
Then you do the numbers.
It
yeah.
seems like a lot, and then you do well,
You do the
that's
actual
not
math
unreasonable at all.
from
Yeah.
proper data, and yeah.
In fact, a little further into that video, I actually pulled up an online calculator that will give you the radius by latitude, and so you put the latitude of the north end and the south end of the causeway in that calculator, and it comes up with 109 meters, just like this data does. quite an expected thing.
You mean
I
you
only
can
showed that just because.
So that you mean you can verify data?
It's a verification that the measurements are good.
Yeah.
You mean you can verify data that somebody else has calculated?
Yeah, you actually can.
But you used maths, so therefore it's not real.
Yeah, but their numbers, they don't know what they mean.
They couldn't even spot that there was a decimal in there, and that's what. Yeah, God. The blinding ignorance is just terrifying.
Yes.
Oh, Google Earth Revisited. And this is the Simon Dan video that was brought out before his copyright claim.
Yeah, and then reinstated.
So we're going to see what all the fuss was about, why he got a strike.
Surfer, who is very well known for doing this.
My morning routine is basically I would get up, wee my glass,
turns my stomach try to watch
drink
like
most of it.
Yeah, I know, rank, isn't it? But did you also know that he thinks it's okay to try and arrest a policeman? You can't miss this one. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Right, back to today's video where Dave Murphy is hot on the heels of a vaccination centre looking to shut the place down. We join them as they start their attempt.
No, he's not doing his...
So, we're here at the vaccination centre in Eastbourne. We're just going to serve a notice of liability on that vaccine centre.
A notice of liability is normally of a financial nature in that you are liable for paying for something. I believe what Dave is referring to here is a notice of liability for harm and death. If that is the case, then I'm not sure if this is legal if it's not served by someone legally allowed to do it.
We previously did a doctor surgery, which was very good, and as you heard, we actually managed to serve it on a doctor.
Who probably filed it under B for bin when you left.
They took it, we filmed it, the notice of liability was served. So we're hoping for something similar today. So I've got a few witnesses here, so yeah, we hope to replicate this around primary schools and stuff. So we just heard that the primary schools are now threatening to vaccinate 5-year-olds now. So
threatening? Your choice of words is odd here, Dave. But it's not all 5-year-olds that they're offering the vaccine for. It's those at a higher risk and those that live with someone with a weakened immune system.
This is serious now. So
I agree, Dave. This pandemic is serious. It has been from the start. But people.
I've got a weird feeling that I wonder if I will get a copyright claim too, because I'm playing the copyrighted video that Simon Dan got a copyright.
No, it's not a copyright strike. It's a virus pandemic misinformation strike.
Yeah. Well, so I'm just wondering if I get the same thing as Simon Dan did.
I think we're far enough in that the algorithms don't search this far.
Okay.
People of your ilk aren't taking it like he should do.
So yeah, well,
as long as it's still being streamed, but they might take it down afterwards.
We're going to extend this to every primary school in the area.
Why? Seriously, why? What choice does the primary school have?
They're liable for every person who has an adverse reaction, every person who dies from this. They are liable.
What I can't work out is these flurfers that can go around and speak of authority and think they've got some sort of, I don't know, to go and say things to the general public like some of those other flat earthers like Nathan Thompson and going around and doing stuff.
Especially since they've been served it.
There is a vaccination here in the UK called the HPV, and it's given to 13 and 14-year-old girls during school. And it's designed to protect women from cervical cancers. In 2009, unfortunately, a 14-year-old girl died shortly after being administered this HPV vaccine. Now, there was no link found between the young girl's death and this vaccine. However, adverse reactions happen with all sorts of medical procedures. As a point of context here, the HPV vaccine slashes your odds of getting cervical cancer by 90%. There is no evidence to suggest that every single adverse reaction and death after receiving the mRNA vaccines were because of those vaccines.
Look at that! Oh, they claimed it as that and topped it. It was already built.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Good morning again. 24th of December 2021, 10:30. We're here to serve a notice of liability to the vaccination centre at Sovereign Harbour.
I really don't understand their tactics here. It's one vaccination centre out of 3,000 in the UK. His video has been seen 16,000 times, mostly by the backpatters. So what is he trying to achieve here?
And just to let them know how they should be lawfully setting out their personal responsibilities, personal liabilities.
Yeah, the one single vaccination centres is not an authority of all of them. So that's just ridiculous, that is.
Conducting experimental medical trials as a vaccinator or as a member of staff who takes part in the administration and facilitation of said medical trials.
Ah, the poor bloke doesn't understand how medical trials work. Phase 4 of the clinical trials is done after the vaccine has been approved. The aim is to find more about some of the side effects and how that vaccine works when it's more widely used. So yes, the COVID-19 vaccines were still in a clinical trial stage, but a stage which is common amongst all medicines and vaccines.
Okay, good. Let's go.
Have a look at the envelope, please.
Yep, there you go.
Envelope. Thank you. Beautiful. Thanks, Terry.
Look at them thinking they're doing great things. These people are really part of the problem here in the UK, disrupting the vaccinations and sometimes treatment of COVID-19.
Okay. Good morning, Rose.
Hello. Happy Christmas Eve.
Look at this guy trying to be friendly. Dear, oh dear.
Possible to see the centre manager, please? Thank you. We are concerned civilians, and we're here to serve a notice of liability to the centre to give them notice of what they should be doing lawfully, and if they don't follow the notice inside.
Oh man, he's choking on the big stage. Come on, matey, get your words out.
The notice is inside, then they will be liable for prosecution.
Yeah, but from who?
Okay, I'll get some because I'm a volunteer here. So
I appreciate that.
Find someone, okay, for you?
Thank you, Rose.
Prosecution from whom, may I ask?
Yeah, that's what
because
I was thinking.
If there was an issue here at this vaccination centre, or any vaccination centres, then surely it would have been dealt with by now, wouldn't it?
Volunteer.
They're usually just volunteers anyway that are running those type of places.
Oh, it's all gone very quiet, isn't it? I think they're all secretly shatting themselves. Oh, here comes a doctor.
Hello, I'm Dr. Raj. How can I help?
Good morning, Dr. Raj. We're here as a group of concerned civilians.
Now, at this point, I just want to point out that the Oxford English Dictionary states that common law is the unwritten law of England administered by the King's courts. Just saying.
To serve yourself and your staff, who, whether they're volunteers or employees who are working for you, a notice of liability. Okay.
Have you got a legal representative with that?
I'm the legal representative.
Yeah, but
it's cringe, isn't it? He's basically a sovereign citizen, isn't he?
Okay. This is all being done under common law.
Now, if this was me at this point, I'll be turning around and getting on with my job. No point in wasting any more time with these guys.
Are you able to write to the organisation then, please?
The organisation is included in this notice. Okay. And the Siobhan Amelia.
Yep.
Who is the chief executive of the National Health Trust,
Sussex Community Foundation Trust.
Yes, The Sussex Community Foundation Trust. Yes, it's written in here.
The doctor knows more about his own documents than he does. What a joke.
So she is the first lady.
Is that who you're writing to with this legal notice?
I'm
Well, that's who
serving
he should
it
be.
to-
That's who he should be trying to hand it to. Those people, not to the centre. Gee.
her.
Okay, she doesn't work with
There's
this
a principle.
To yourself.
That's fine. She doesn't work for this organisation.
There's a principle of notice to agent is notice to principal, notice to principal is notice to agent.
I have nothing to do with SCFT.
Fine.
So if it's written to SCFT, it's not for me.
No, it is for you because it's for everybody involved in it.
Thank
sir.
you. I'll pass it to our legal team.
Legal team. Is that another word for the shredder?
Okay.
Anything else I can help with?
Yeah, would you? I'd just like to inform you that the notices in there are to notify you of what you should be doing lawfully, which isn't being done.
Okay.
And before anything else is administered, you need to read through that and
pass this to my legal team for their advice.
You need to read it, sir.
That's fine.
Personally.
Personally.
I can read it, but I will be asking for legal
you
advice.
also need the rest of your staff to know.
That's fine.
Okay?
That's absolutely fine.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Because now that you've been served, you are liable
This
for
is fine.
every adverse reaction, every death
Any notice we get
that follows
any
from
notice
your
we get goes to our
action
legal
in
teams
there.
for
He's really not, Dave.
advice.
It doesn't matter about your
I'm
legal
just letting-
team.
I have to let you know my
Does-
process.
I
You're
understand.
telling me about process. I'm telling you
I
about
understand.
my process.
I'm telling you though,
Yeah.
now that you've been served with this, you are personally liable for every single death that occurs as a result of your actions in here.
Now, what about all the people in
that's
that
not
area
how that
who
works.
don't die
No, it's definitely
because
not
they
how it
received a
works.
vaccine that day? Are you going to give him credit for that? How about a magnum of champagne per person? Thought not, Dave.
All I'm saying is I'll get my legal advice. If it's okay, please do not obstruct any people who do want their vaccines to come in.
Well, you need to read that and make them aware.
That's absolutely fine. I am allowing patients to come
You
in.
don't have
If
to
you
make
will- if
anyone
you
aware of
obstruct them,
There's
I
nobody
will
there.
I will call the police.
There's nobody
If
there.
you
Nobody
obstruct
there.
any- I'm just
They
saying,
call
if
the
you obstruct
police.
anybody coming in, I will be calling the
Been a nuisance.
Yes, doctor. Go on, my son. Love it.
You could.
It's only us, there's nobody there. You're in the entrance. If you would like to wait, can I just ask you?
Doctor,
all of us.
Doctor, I would rather the.
Power in numbers.
Yeah, I was thinking of the power of
That's okay.
numbers thing.
That's fine. I've accepted this. If you're not going to hold anyone up, thank you for that.
Nuremberg trials part 2.
Bit of a weird statement.
All I'm going to say is thank you for this. I understand your concerns. I will take it to our legal team and I'll follow the processes we would. So thank you for passing it to me.
But
and I
let me
accept
just
that I've
let me
taken
just
it. Okay.
inform you as part of that.
Yep.
Before you administer any more injections, you need
that's
informed consent from the patient.
Which you absolutely get. Now, Dave did leave a bit of this video off of his YouTube channel and uploaded it to a site called BitChute instead. Basically, the police were called.
Well, I've told them my position. Okay, I'm not going to be arresting the officers.
Who would have thought?
I'm not going to be
Oh,
shutting
look, he's
down
got his
the
beret
vaccination
on
centre.
now.
I'm
Oh,
not
has he?
preventing
Okay.
people from accessing or leaving the vaccination centre to access the
Is it red or
vaccine.
is it raspberry? Is it raspberry?
Even
or-
over the card number being legit, do you still continue with that?
You're allowing genocide.
So, as part of an ongoing live criminal investigation, okay, we have it on video evidence now. Because of the evidence that's been submitted,
Now, I believe here he's talking about Mark Sexton's criminal complaint. Well, that complaint has now been dismissed by the police, of course.
for this crime, that's you, are committing an offence of misconduct in public office and perverting the course of justice.
So in that case, I'm going to have to ask you to arrest this man.
Now, fair play to that officer here who didn't crease up with laughter immediately. Dave's expecting this policeman to arrest his colleague. Amazing.
Okay.
So we're going to have to
I'm going to have to, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to arrest these men.
Dave, what are you doing?
Okay.
How ridiculous.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Brilliant. What are you going to do now, Dave?
Absolutely not. So all guilty
I'm
then.
going to have to arrest you, sir.
You're all guilty.
Good luck with
that.
Yes, that's right. Dave is trying to arrest all of the policemen himself.
I don't have to say anything. like to rely on something you failed to mention when questioned.
Oh, it's just embarrassing. He can't even say the arrest lines properly.
Do something, take a minute to get ready.
What's he going to do? Spin him around and put him in handcuffs?
I to say there. I don't think it's incumbent on a member of the public to know the police caution.
Oh, it is.
To know the caution.
No, for us. Well, it's just for your benefit. Well, you already know, but yes. But I'm sorry, I'm just doing my duty as a sovereign leader. Right,
Yeah.
so you're under arrest, and I don't have to.
Where's he going to take him to?
Yeah.
If he says they're under arrest, where's he going to take him to? Take him down to the police station?
Just arrest everyone, Dave. Then they can have a laugh about it back at the station.
I mean, I wouldn't suggest that you have to repeat exactly the same within earshot. But
All
it's
four of you are
entirely
under
up to you.
arrest now.
Under arrest.
So we have 4, 5, 6, 7 people.
I'm afraid, again, we don't want to do this. We need action being taken.
Yes.
So
I think you should be arresting Dave for impersonating a police officer.
you
We care about people. We care about the people that are dying and being injured.
and people that are ignorant to this and rejecting their children. That's what worries
And
me.
your families, you're covered, you're being covered.
No, I said, is this a good use? Is this a
Oh,
proportionate?
definitely.
Yes,
Oh,
it is.
definitely.
If it saves one life.
This is mass genocide. This will be talked about in history. Let's put it that way. And the fact that you are enabling, I'm sure you're a lovely guy. I can feel it. You've got a good soul. Okay, but unfortunately, unfortunately, doing your job doesn't hold up either. Nuremberg, just doing your job, following orders, does not hold up.
I was just doing my job.
And when this all shakes out, you're going to be on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Wrong side of history.
If you say so, guys, if you say so. Now, I think we should come back exactly a year from today and have a look at all the data and see if we were on the wrong side of history. Needless to say, the whole thing is a cringe fest. Sorry state of affairs indeed. Just stick to the pea drinking, Dave. At least you can't mess that one up. Right, there we go. Another fabulous Tinfoil Tuesday all wrapped up and done and dusted. Thank you so much for watching. It's truly appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, it'd be very, very, very good of you if you decided to subscribe to the channel. Again, I'd really appreciate that. We are well on the way to 500,000 subscribers. I cannot wait to hit it. And if you really enjoyed the video today, then obviously hit the like button too. I have been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you all on Friday for a Carl Adams, the Professor of Flat Earth himself, special. See you then.
He's desperately trying to debunk the moon landings at the moment.
So what's that guy's name that does the pea drinking thing? What's his name?
Dave
Murphy.
Dave Murphy used to be
Dave
called
Murphy.
allegedly Dave.
Allegedly Dave. So he's got his hand in a few pies with sovereign citizen and vaccine and.
Oh yeah, well, once you start going down the conspiracy rabbit hole, they're all good to go.
You throw them all in.
Yeah, well, why not?
So where was he going to take the police officer once he arrested him?
Good question.
What's somebody writing a peanut gallery out there? Oh, Monty Python wish they wrote this stuff. That's what Jedi said.
Yeah. It's
No,
about
that's
the same caliber.
It wasn't a sort of thing back then, was it, with Monty Python? It was mainly just
No, but
parrots
yeah,
and
they did the skit fairly often actually. It came up a few times where they pinch someone. He's like, "It's fair cop, Governor, but society's to blame." Right? We'll arrest them then.
That's it. Yeah.
So I'd say this is Gary. Why bother?
Seems like.
He's not in the chat tonight. I don't know if he's listening or not.
Y'all thousands of miles an hour towards it.
What's up, Earthlings? Over the past few days, Gary's posted about 4 videos directed towards me. By the looks of the content in these 4 videos, it seems like Gary is trying to win top left. In his first video, he lowers his camera down to the road, which is obviously not perfectly flat. In his second video, he uses my footage where I'm zooming in on buildings which are clearly obstructed by the water. His third video is just a complete misunderstanding of scale. If Polaris was this far away from Earth, then yes, this would be true. But fortunately, people that have been to school for longer than a week know that Polaris is a lot farther away than this.
Polaris is big.
These are small.
Thank
but
you.
The ones out there
You had to throw this one in.
far away. Small, far away. Forget it.
I can't believe Gary actually drew this and is actually using this as an argument. Does he really think that Polaris is this far away from Earth? Gary, Polaris is far away, Gary. In this diagram you have here, this is literally closer than the moon. Like, are you trolling us, Gary? You can't be this dumb.
He must be.
You really can't be. In his fourth video, he thinks that pointing a camera or a telescope at a star, then moving it and having it not point at the star anymore, somehow debunks the heliocentric model.
Video about Polaris for Sean Hawkins and B-Ball. They can't seem to understand that their model doesn't work in reality, theoretically only. So let's say that's my telescope. It's lined up with Polaris. It's on a north-south axis. I can literally leave it there and it will always be lined up with Polaris. Now the flat Earth model says that's because we're not orbiting the sun.
Flat Earth model? Where's that? I still have yet to see this flat Earth model you speak of.
So that stays right there, doesn't budge, always lined up. Works perfect on a flat Earth model.
Yeah, I'd like you to show me that, please. A diagram, I don't know, anything, Gary. Show me a diagram of how anything works on a flat Earth, please. Maybe I'll change my mind. You know, maybe you'll be the guy to change my mind. So I will be waiting for that.
Here's the problem for the Globies.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the problem. Here we go.
If I slide this just on the north-south axis just a little bit more, it will no longer be aimed at Polaris.
No shit, dude. Oh my God. If he moves the camera in a different direction, it's no longer pointed at what he was. Gary, come on, man. Just realign the camera. Just realign it. Guess what? It'll still be parallel. Come on, Gary. You can't be this dumb.
If I look through the sight, it won't be aimed at it at all.
No shit, Gary.
It'll be completely off. I would have to readjust the angle. So now we're going to go back where we started here. Now, the telescope sets on a base, right?
Oh yeah, by the way, how about you tell us how an equatorial telescope mount would work on a flat Earth? That would be, if you did that, that would be amazing. Because no flat earther has yet to tell us how an equatorial telescope mount would work on a flat Earth. How would it track one star on a flat Earth in its current configuration mechanically? How would it do it?
So if the base moves, just like I moved the telescope back, we'll pretend this is grounded on the Earth. The Earth is going to move 186 million miles to the other side of the sun.
And that means what? Again, not understanding scale. 186 million miles compared to Polaris. I don't know. It's a pretty big number. it means absolutely nothing. The ratio involved is so large that it's imperceptible.
The distance the Earth travels during its annual orbit is minuscule compared to the distance of Polaris. Consider this. The diameter of Earth's orbit around the Sun is about 186 million miles. The distance to Polaris is about 2.4 quadrillion miles. That's a distance ratio of 1 to 12 million. Since Polaris is very distant, the angular shift over the distance from our North Pole to the equator is imperceptible and can be ignored. To put this into perspective, imagine you're staring straight ahead at a distant mountain located 100 miles away. Now take a step 8 millimeters to the left. Obviously, you're still staring at the same mountain. If you are the Earth and the mountain is Polaris, that 8 millimeter distance is the equivalent of the change in Earth's relative position after 6 months of orbit. So I pulled up this triangle calculator because I wanted to see exactly how big of an angle that would make since Polaris is about 2.4 quadrillion miles, the Earth's orbit around the Sun is 186 million miles. So let's see, the distance of B would be 2.4 quadrillion, so that's 15 zeros. So we'll do 2, 4, 0, 0, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because we have the 4 and the 2, okay? And let's see, C would be the same. So we have 2, 4, 0, 0, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's 2.4 quadrillion miles. Now the length of A would be 186 million. So 186,000,000. And what we have is an angle which would be 0.0000444. I don't know about you, but that would be a pretty small angle. So, Gary, the math doesn't lie.
You suppose it should still be aimed at Polaris? Heck no. Of course they claim Polaris is so big and so far away that it will still be lined up with Polaris. It simply doesn't work.
Yes, it does, Gary.
They don't live in reality. They have to make crap up. But when you think about it...
This is Gary saying that we have to make crap up when Gary has said many times that all of his ideas are made up by him. Come on, Gary. You got to stop this.
And think it through. And use common sense and rationality. You realize the model of the Earth orbiting the Sun is absolute crap.
All right, so we'll be waiting for your model that can make predictions. I'd like for you to create a model that can predict the next lunar eclipse, and I want to know where it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, what time, where on Earth, all that stuff. You create a model, and you tell us where it's going to happen with your supposed flat Earth model. I'm looking forward to that, Gary. At this point, I kind of think Gary's just trolling and just looking for some attention. Honestly, I don't think anybody can be this dumb. And I don't like calling people dumb. But when you make content like this, I mean, you're really pushing the borderline of absolute stupid. Once again, thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you like this video. And check out the rest of my videos if you're interested. And as always, peace.
So, yeah, batshit crazy.
Yep.
That's one of his better ones where he was less obscure.
Well, according to the current figures, our current best guess, Polaris has a diameter of 26 million miles. 26 million miles or 26 million kilometers. Yeah, 26 million. I don't know. It's huge. It's 37
big and a long way away.
times. Oh, sorry, no, so it's 37 and a half times the diameter of our sun. It's big.
Yep.
It's really big.
But it's also very, very,
Well, it was
very,
a long time
very
down the
far away.
Very far away.
I know what you were starting to launch into. You might think it's a long way down to the shops. Yeah.
Peanuts compared to Polaris.
Right, I'm going to say thank you very much, Terry, but I'm going to bow out because...
Yeah, I knew you were due.
Yeah, I'm going to piss off as well because
there's my 5
I've got to
minute
get up and
reminder.
go to work.
Right.
And he's got to go and get a job.
Well, maybe.
Good luck with that, farmers.
Thank you very much.
Well, I've only just got this last video to play for the Peanuts anyway, so...
Well, you might still be awake and in Discord when I'm done. Who knows?
You never know. You never know.
I won't be. All right, chaps. Good luck, farmers, and I'm out. Night, Peanuts.
Good night, Mark. And good
Be
luck
good,
with
Peanuts.
the interview, Farmer.
Thank you very much. We'll catch you later.
Righto. Oh, well, it's just Luigi Galvani and Big Blue to watch Big Blue's like the last video for the night. What's that, John? 444 millionths of a degree, yeah. And a degree is only small too. There we go. Press play.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Google Earth Revisited. Yeah, this is a video I did about 2.5 years ago when Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser first started trying to say Google Earth is a flat Earth model. It was so stupid, I just couldn't resist. And this is what resulted. But I thought it was worthwhile to go back through it again because lately we've got a few knuckleheads that seem to think I just thought of this the other day. This is from 2.5 years ago, mind you. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. This is Jerk Alert Part 3, or Where's the Curve? Hey, there it is. There it is right there. Quantum Eraser continues to outdo himself with his Google Earth-based flat Earth model. Unfortunately, the poor simpleton has neglected to understand one key feature of that software.
Uh-oh.
Now, warning. The following video contains full frontal stupidity, so you might want to get those oven mitts. This time, I recommend a seatbelt so you don't fall off your chair. And with that, hey Gladys, let's light this dumpster fire and give old Quantum Eraser a dose of his own medicine. Well, I suppose we have no choice but to listen to some of Quantum Eraser's Derpa Derpa. So I guess we may as well get started, and I'll try to break it up as best I can so it doesn't get too completely crazy.
You know, it's called vertical drop. You guys remember this from 2015. This is the quintessential tenet of your spinning ball religion. You got to have drop. Every point from a tangent from your feet drops. That is vertically drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. Did you guys forget about this? I mean, come on. You see this tangent line? You see this drop? Right? I can't believe you forgot about this. This is like a hockey player forgetting what ice is, or John Wayne forgetting what a horse is. I mean, come on, people. So, the flat Earth model predictions, right? That's what we need. We need to test this, correct? Number 1, since the Earth is flat, we would expect to measure no vertical drop, i.e. flat or level, between 2 points, separated by 500 miles. Number 2, since the Earth is flat, we would expect to measure no vertical drop, i.e. flat or level, between 2 points separated by 1,000 miles. It's just that simple. We are going to test this model. So, without further ado, on behalf of the Supreme Council and my highly esteemed and distinguished colleague who has been knighted, Sir Nathan Oakley, it is my honor and privilege to present the only model of the Earth that has seen the light of day over the past 4 years. Here it is.
You really don't want to do this, nitwit. You're going to regret it.
Brought to you by our Flat Earth friends over at Google Earth. Hashtag same team. They seem to have hidden it in plain sight. So I didn't bring you here for us to gawk at this. Remember, we have 2 predictions to test, right? One at 500 miles and one at 1,000 miles. So let's take the 500 mile.
So let's take a look here. So everything's in plain sight. We're going to take an elevation of point D. And what do we got? We have 4 feet. So let's wing on over to Sicily. What do we have for an elevation in Sicily? Well, we have 4 feet.
Now remember the definitions that I told you. Level, not rising or falling or higher on one side. Horizontal or flat. So this meets the definition, right? Let's take a wider view. We'll get an elevation profile. So from the shore of Sicily for 500 miles, as you can see, we have a 0.00 vertical drop.
Well, let's have another look at that. This is Google Earth, and that, of course, is Antarctica. I don't think you really meant for that to be on your flat Earth model. Maybe you can correct that in a future version. Let's go to your 500-mile observation. From Libya over to Sicily, and there's your line. That thing right there. And let's just we'll show the profile just like you did. And sure enough, you'll see sea level all the way across. But you know, there's a reason why you see sea level all the way across there at the same elevation. And it's because, let me open up properties here. The properties of that line. You'll notice there's a thing that says altitude. When I open that up, you have a little pull down here. And what it's set for right now is clamped to the ground. Now, I know how you like definitions. So let's get up the definition of clamped. Clamped, past tense. Fasten something in place with a clamp. Synonyms: fasten, secure, fix, clip, attach. Fasten 2 things firmly together. Hold something tightly against or in another thing. Clamped. Well, what happens if we change clamped to the ground to relative to the ground? Where did the line go? Well, let's see. We have an elevation of nothing right now. Let's increase our elevation and see what happens. I see the line growing, Kiwi. And watch. There you go. If we were, I don't know, what is that? 100,000 meters up in the air, 300,000 feet. That's what it would look like. That is actually a nice straight line. You notice the arrow goes from the end, climbs up here in the center, drops down at the other end. It's following the ground. All right. So let's put that thing back to clamped to the ground the way we had it to start with. And let's turn on something else. I did another 500-mile path here. This is actually a path. And now if we go in there and have a look, you want to know where the drop is? It's right there. Right there. Let's look at the other end of it. Same thing. The drop is right there. Right there. Now, this is not an Earth curve calculator. This is Google Earth. If we wanted to know what that drop should be, let me put this back to units of feet and miles. Over a distance of 507 miles, and that's what that line is. The bulge height, and that's what we would be measuring there in this, from the center, is 13,057 meters. So what do we have our model set for? Let's check. Properties, altitude, 13,057 meters. Now, according to Google Earth, that's actually a little bit high, and there can be a lot of reasons for that. This thing is not specifically designed to be an Earth curve calculator. We get over here in the middle, though, and it's pretty close to the ocean. It's not too far off. Don't have a real good way of measuring that, but maybe a few thousand feet, but yeah, fairly close. I've got a closer one I'll show you later.
In fact, it's 508 miles. Validating the first prediction of our flat Earth model.
Well, actually it didn't, because you screwed up and clamped the thing to the damn ground. And I got a feeling you're about to do it again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're revealing one of the extra technological advancements in this model there.
Oh, I did. Sorry about that. That's right. I revealed it.
But we'll cover that later.
Now, since we've already validated the first prediction of our model, let's swing on over to the Gulf of Mexico for our 1,000-mile measurement.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. You're
Yeah,
revealing
it
the
just
advanced
happens
features
that way.
again.
That's a little added feature.
Yeah, we'll cover these advanced features.
So at point A, this is southern Texas. So nothing is hidden. Point A, let's get an elevation here. I got 3 feet. Let's wing on over to southern Florida. See what Pet Detective's up to. Point B in southern Florida, we have an elevation of 3 feet. That matches our level and flat definition, not rising or falling or higher on one side, horizontal or flat. Go for a wider view. Get an elevation profile.
Mouse, just wave your mouse so people can see what I'm talking about, John. There we go. It's referencing a flat surface. Now, one of the advanced services that's offered is that you can make a direct comparison between these two. So I don't know if you can just roll your line so that it's at the top, John, leaving the elevation profile on. If you can move the animation so that the line you've drawn is at the top of the frame of picture. So roll Google Earth with the down key.
Ah, I see what you want. Okay. Let's see what we got.
Other way.
Let's go to the other one.
There we go. Stop. That'll do. So you can see the comparison between the graphic, which is what the fundamentalist religious zealots believe they live on, versus the actual reference in the elevation profile at the bottom. Very useful tool to show what they think they have versus what's actually being measured and demonstrated and what it's referencing. Flat. A useful tool, but sorry to interrupt. Saves me doing it.
No, that's okay. So, from the southern point in Texas, we're moving 1,000 miles. And as you can see on our trip, we have a 0.00 vertical drop. Each are 3 feet elevation. This matches our predictions for our flat Earth model, validating the model. It's just as simple as that.
Well, let's just have a look over in Texas and see if we find the same thing. And I'm pretty sure we will. So the same measurement that Quantum Racing made from southern Texas over to southern Florida. Once again, if we open this thing up, we will find that, in fact, it's clamped to the ground. Of course, it's going to say it's the same elevation all the way across. What else could it possibly say? But we've got one of these things again, and now it looks even more dramatic because you're covering more distance. You can clearly see the drop, both ends. Like that. So there is your drop. But you know, while we're at it, I thought maybe I would do just one more and make an entire hemisphere. Ooh, how about that? How do you like them apples? What I've done, and that's sitting right on the equator, I've gone from the prime meridian over here around to 90 degrees west over here. Okay, that is the same thing, and right now that has an altitude, let me see, of 2,641,900 meters. Where would that number come from? Well, I thought I would make a little drawing here on AutoCAD. And the circle you see has a radius of 6,378 meters. That's the radius. I've drawn a 0 degree line for the prime meridian, a 90 degree line vertically there. And you can see on the right hand side 2,641,900 meters. That is that elevation to a line that is tangent to the surface of the earth. Now, how does that compare with, well, let's say, a curve calculator? Well, here we go. That distance is a quarter of the circumference of the earth. So you have to take 6,378,000, whatever number I had, times 2 times pi, and then divide by 4. And you'll end up with 10,007,500 meters. If we did that in miles, it's 6,218.4 miles. That's a fourth of the circumference of the earth at the equator. Okay. Based on that, the bulge height predicted by the Earth curve calculator is 1,866,020 meters, and that compares to 1,868,100 meters. That's slightly different, but it's slightly different because the radius I used is a little bit less, or a little bit more, I'm sorry, than the radius used in the Earth curve calculator. All right, so back to Google Earth. And again, the altitude is not the vertical distance. It is actually the vertical distance, 2,641,900 according to the AutoCAD drawing. 2,641,900 is what I put in. And if we zoom in here in the center, somewhere near the middle, can't really tell where the middle is, right in there somewhere, you can see that, whoops, let me cancel that. I just added a section I didn't want to add. There you go. That thing's fading out to virtually 0. And if we keep going on down, there it comes back again.
I think the geoid implication does have some massive effects on even their wiffle waffle argument. It takes that apart. So it's
What's a geoid?
the flattened ball.
That's a hypothetical shape of the Earth, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. But in doing so, what I mean is, to me, that it kind of that point you make there, which is unusual for you, to beg the question for them, that if it was that squashy ball, that would be the secondary implication, that the sea level is no longer the same distance based on the distance to the center of the Earth.
I just pulled up the definition for geoid. It has the hypothetical shape of the Earth. I can stop right here. Not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Well, express why. Explain the begging the question part of it. Got your
me or John?
I've got your no, John, please. I've got your screen presented, John.
Say again?
Can you explain why? You don't have to go any further. Just explain. It's begging the question.
Well, it's a hypothetical shape. It's not in reality. A hypothetical deals with it right there. I don't have to concern myself.
And it's hard for me to believe these guys are serious. I still think there's a good chance they're just playing silly games. I mean, you start out by clamping the ruler to the ground and then wondering why it's following the ground. And now you turn around and say you don't know what a geoid is. Really? Kiwi? Are you really that stupid? I don't think so. But just in case you are, your dictionary definition might have said the geoid is hypothetical, but I'll tell you what isn't. WGS84 isn't hypothetical, and that's what Google Earth is based on. You might want to look into that. I believe we've adequately debunked this. And again, I'm skeptical as to whether or not these guys are even serious. But one thing I'm not unsure about, Quantum Eraser, you are absolutely a jerk. And to use your words, a pretender clown. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it again. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons down there. Shout out to everybody that supports the channel. And I will see you on the next one.
The other day, Blue, about the clamping of the line. I just don't know how to use Google Earth. I thought it was going to show the topography as a straight line. That was one thing that I think Riley was trying to prove, that Google Earth proved flatter. That was the other one I remember. Well, that's it for you guys tonight. Only just Paul and Blue left.
And I'm fading fast.
Yeah, we're out of here now anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'd never seen that particular video of Blue's.
Oh, that was an early one.
Yeah. I don't think they
several
still
years
have,
ago.
I don't think
I'll tell you, after I did that one, I never heard.
Yeah.
After I did that video, QE and Nathan shut the hell up about Google Earth.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And now we got that idiot Bev doing the same thing.
Level is horizontal.
Yeah. No, it isn't.
I'm just saying me goodbyes out there. Oh, we've run it to nearly 4.5, so I'd like to get them at right on 4 hours, because that'd be cool. Oh, thanks, Paul. Thanks, Blue. Or not Paul. Luigi Galvani.
Luigi.
Luigi. Old Tiny Captain, John, Jazza, Dora, Fred, Dart, Anamorphic. I hope Farmer's Boy gets this new job that he's applying for. Who else do we have out there? Rainery, Judy, Stewie, John even Space Matt was out there earlier. Jinxu, Scroller. And Armageddon's Fire, Little Wolf, that's as far as I can go. If I missed out on you, anyone? Well, thanks, Judy. We'll see you on the next one. Night panel, night peanuts.
Night peanuts.